Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, July the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you for that, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So, yeah, just mentioning, I got extremely lucky on this blend short. I actually thought it was going to go down a lot more. Had a little bit of news. I thought it was very fluffy, and it is, but I took a short, I think it was around 7:35, got out at 7:07, it right on this candle here, and then when it popped, it got down below 7, popped over 7. I thought, okay, just in case, covered everything, and then it zipped up to 7.99. It's come right back down. There are no shorts available anymore, though. So, I got very lucky. Now, what else is happening? HUDI, I don't think I've seen this one. I'm not sure I've seen it ever. But HUDI, now it is not shortable for me. Got up to $9, down to $6 right now, so it's dropped a third. And I don't see any news. You know, the last news I see is literally in January, announcing a $25 million financing, but I don't see any specific news on it. Let me see if we have anything. Yeah, I don't see any news on it for HUDI, China stock, but it's really pulled back now. Yeah, DTSS, I'm not in this one. DTSS, again, no news, just technology stocks. Big move here. It's been up and down, had a huge day yesterday, got up to 681, but look what it did. It got up to 681 and it closed at 4, so I mean, huge pullback. But still active. AMC is still getting thumped. At least it was. AMC was getting thumped again. It was right around that 30 level. Yeah. So these meme plays, they're in disarray right now, that's for sure. GLPG, Galapagos. A great name. Galapagos. And they are getting hammered right now, down 11%, down $7. Headline is mixed data. So my note says negative data. Obviously, the market is perceiving it as negative data. It's a bio, but mixed data. Man, look at Blend now. Whew. It's such a fluffy press release. CHPT did a financing. CHPT doing a financing and at $23.50. So it's a little bit above the financing price. NLSP. Let's see, they got FDA approval on an IND acceptance. All right, so there's your news for NLSP. Huge volume. Look at the volume. 4 million, 4.6, only 5.7 in the float. This is going to trade the float many times today. The next high looking left on the daily chart is around 373. So it's, you know, it's a little bit close to that. And what did it do? It popped way through that 458. Before it is really pulled back. So, I mean, this may amount to absolutely nothing. This is like a biofizzle. No shorts available for me. IMV, another cheap one, doing a financing. I think it's around $1.75, so it's a little bit below the financing price. Big gap down, look at that, 21%. Arlo, Mr. Guthrie. Arlo is gapped up. I don't see any specific reason for it, but more importantly, look at the 200-day moving average. It's gapped into the 200-day moving average, so that may stall it. SANW. And one moment, please. Okay, SANW has gapped down to the 200-day moving average. I'm sorry, I don't know why I have this. I have it gapped down to the 200-day. I'm obviously wrong. No, I'm not. I'm right. There it is. Okay, 325, there's the 200-day moving average. 327 is gapped down to it. Don't see any specific reason for it. Verb. Boy, this has been an active one. VERB. Still active. Taking out, well, right at yesterday's high now. Again, I don't see any news on it. Now, these guys did a financing. SHLS. And they've done a financing at $28. And it is kind of holding. Look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 26. And it's popped back up. But this stock has been on the way down for the last 3 days. And TMDX, a little more expensive one, TMDX. This is gapped up. Another one that, up to $39, pulls back to $34. You got to be so careful. 24 million in the float. Low float for a $35 stock. Again, don't see any specific reason for it. IMUX. I did see IMUX. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Announces proposed public offering, but I probably is not going to tell us the price, is it? And it's taking a while to load. Yeah, I don't see a price either real. Just a proposed public offering. I do not see a price for it. Let's take a look at, it's funny, you mentioned AIG, and I saw this. It's in the gap ups, and I haven't seen AIG since, 2008. And it was, for a year, it was in the headline every single day, along with all the banks, etc. Now, I know I did see that CIDM had popped up, but I think there's just too much resistance. And that's why I didn't really bother talking about it. I mean, it's up 24%. It is an earnings play, actually, though. July 14th, after hours. So it is an earnings play. But I look here, and I just think there's too much resistance. Right here, right here, right here. So I just don't see that it's going to have that much thrust in it. And now, to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. If there's anything of interest. The analysts are a little bit active this morning. More upgrades than downgrades. Let's take a look. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Look at the downgrades in. Now I don't see anything from Goldman, or I don't see any multiple upgrades. Let's see if we have any multiple downgrades. All right, getting right to the end of these downgrades. Don't see anything. Well, KNBE was downgraded by Goldman. Take a look at that. See if there's anything interesting happening there. KNBE, let's take a look. KNBE. Wasn't that a fairly recent IPO? Yeah, a few months ago. So this has got a downgrade from Goldman. Nothing happening yet. No before. What do they do? Yeah, we have some IPOs today. We have a ton of IPOs tomorrow. Tomorrow is definitely an IPO day. We have a ton of them tomorrow. We have some today, yes. So as we speak, just looking at my gap ups versus my gap downs. So I have very few gap ups. I have quite a few more gap downs this morning, which makes sense with the market. Looks like we're obviously projected for a gap down. Well, not a huge gap down open, but definitely gapping down. So that's why we have more gap downs than gap ups. Yeah, clove. Yeah, Gatto. I'm going to watch this one a little more closely. I remember a couple of days, it wasn't yesterday, it was, I remember what day it was. It might have been 2 days ago where it just started to fall. And yet actually it was 2 days ago. That's right. I saw this one 2 days ago. This is yesterday's candle and it is continuing down. This is I don't know if this is I don't know if this is an IPO or just a symbol name change here. So this may turn into my favorite day. You know, a gap down in the market with a recovery. All we're looking for on a recovery is, you know, give us an hour and a half of some green candles. Don't have to be big ones, just, you know, a bit of an upturn. That will turn into my favorite day, because what will happen for a lot of stocks that are being beaten up for no reason other than the overall market being down, you should start to see some bounces. Good morning, Dev. The Tempest in a Teapot, TPST, a wild one yesterday, all the way up to 27 and pulled all the way back down to 22. A little bit of activity here. It's a wild one, 5 million in the float for a $20, $21 stock right now. Look at Blend, man, oh man, oh man. I was talking to one of our other traders and trade ideas, and I said, you know, maybe getting ready for round 2 to short it, but just no shorts were available. And it's funny, I don't even know how many shorts were available when I shorted. I must have got in just before they got all snapped up. But I just looked at that press release, just a real fluffy one. Okay, not a lot of volume here, but look at this VJet. Holy smokes, VJet is on the way down here. Let's see if they're doing a financing. Yep. You can always, unless there's, you know, news, you know, disaster news, like CEO resigning, fraud, etc. When you see moves like this, almost for sure they're doing a financing. So VJet is doing a financing, and I'm just looking to see if there's. I don't see a price. Another one, don't see a price. Just do it. Proposed offering. So VJet is on the way down. Oh, I agree, Grumpy. 100% on the blend. No, Barry, I got to admit, I think we throw around LOL for everything, but that definitely made, well, you heard me. That was a laugh out loud. Oh, man. Yeah, so William, maybe just go to your account and do a reset. Do a reset, okay? Um, 100% real. In fact, I asked that of Andy, who's now in charge of that. I asked him of that a few days ago. So let me jog his memory again. Okay, I agree. So let me just. Oops. Give me a moment here. I'm just going to jog his memory again. I asked him that, well, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks ago. He's in charge now of looking after the channel bar. So he just may have forgotten, because he agreed. I mean, it makes perfect sense, of course, to do that. Hey guys, GME on the run here a little bit. I mean, it's got hit. I mean, look, it's been in disarray for quite a while now, but I guess also got hit after hours with Netflix saying, hey, that we're going to get into the streaming business, video streaming business. At least that's the excuse. Anyway, let's see what. Okay, just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. Yeah, there's no volume yet for this QUBT, so it's hard to know what's going to happen. QUBT, where are they out of? They're out of the States. Another technology company. QUBT, there's just no volume yet. I don't know what the heck happened here. And it's hard to know sometimes. Was this maybe a symbol name change? Or anyway, QUBT, but there's just no volume yet. But if it holds up here, I mean, there's a 200-day moving average. No, you can't share it. Symbol lists are unique to everybody's account, so they're not shareable. All right, guys, this one, OLK, just was showing up here. Where are they out of? Sweden. Oh, I wonder if this is going to be one of these. We haven't seen, what were the Swedish stocks that went crazy? I don't think this was not one of them. This looks like it's actually an IPO back here. Actually, WHLM, I actually took this one after hours yesterday. It had a great move after hours. Look at this move after hours. Unfortunately, I did not hang on as it got up to. I got in around just over 7, I think, and it got all the way up to 8.52. But I was long gone before then. And why? I just looked at our post-market channel. Huge volume came in. All right, so we have 3 million in the float for HUDI. That's what we have. You just have to wait and see, Mustang Trade. I mean, I don't make any predictions on where something is going. I don't anyway. I mean, AMC, hey, I mean, it's having a bit of a reversal like GME. I mean, if the Reddit crew gets a hold of it for a while, you know, it could have a pop, sure. Yeah, we don't do that here, window. There's no, you know, if I knew, I would tell you, honestly. Okay, but we don't make predictions like that. You just got to kind of wait and see what happens. You know, we've got some pre-market actives. Whether they keep being active once the market opens, you know, there's no way of knowing. Personally, I typically do not trade until 15 minutes have passed. Let things settle down a little bit. But again, that's just me. JKS is on the move here, guys. Jinko Solar on the move. See if there's any news on it. So far, I don't see any specific news on it. All right, guys, market's going to open in less than 40 seconds. Let's have a great trading day. Get set for this open. Yeah, DTSS still strong. Had a pullback here, but it is bounced right back. Again, low float, 6.5 million, 6.4 million in the float. High yesterday, well, it could take it out, 686. Not that far out. Well, it's about $1.30 away. It had quite the day. All right, everybody, the market is now open. So let's see what happens. I don't use any indicator for, well, volatility for me is just means high relative volume, okay? So, you know, that's a great filter that we've got. I have a question from Rajid in our YouTube room. I mean, volatility, I mean, if it's got high relative volume, usually that's going to be very active. Okay, look at the market now. So the opening candle, I mean, it's so early. Let's see if this is going to be the trend. Cruiser, look at this cruiser on the way down. NCLH, whoa, man, these are just cannot keep going. I mean, it had a nice run, NCLH, but again, you know, with the variant, etc., etc., etc. NCLH, initial move is down. I'm sure CCL is going to be down. Probably all the cruisers are going to be down. And we have a halt, our first halt of the day. One of our, again, MITQ. That was an IPO right over here. MITQ just got halted. So Zach, can you hear me? Are you going to listen to me until I start my spiel at 10:20 every day now? Is that the plan? Okay. You can always come back after the spiel. Grub on the way down, guys. Still on the way down. It had that big pop up on the way down. Let's see what MITQ is going to do on the open right now. So it's halted at 577, and the next high looking left is 730. Energy transfer taking look at these. Boy, the energy sector has been in disarray. ET, and these are just early. All right, not for the faint of heart. SOGC, I have this on a thumbnail chart on my other monitor. I'm sorry, SGOC. SGOC, it's doing its thing. Look at this. It's all the way down to $11, back up to $14.70. There's after hours high. It's almost at the after hours high. It's a wild one, guys, so I'm just bringing it to your attention. Yeah, look at TMDX. I mean, all the way up to 39, gets all the way down to 32. Man. 42 times normal volume up to this point of the day. And guess what? Just halted. SGOC. SGOC just halted. No news, just traders. The only thing that kind of surprises me, if this float value is correct, I mean, it's a fairly big float for being so volatile. You typically see moves like this, you know, with, you know, under 20 million in the float, but this is, you know, this is so volatile with that float. Now again, that's what our provider has for a float. Morning, Aja. Okay, a little move here for SCPL. Actually, this is interesting. It's a bit, I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Maybe the volume was too light. SCPL. Big gap up here, guys. And looking left, the next high is, wow, it's about 19. So there is some room for this to move. Let's see if it can settle down a bit. So for nothing in the basic new highs. Now, okay, so remember that. So the opening candle at one point was green all the way up here, but Sellers are knocking it down. So again, it's early, only 5 minutes in, 5.5 minutes in or so. 6 minutes in. I like to see things settle down a little bit, try to get a bit of a direction. Yeah, and there's a D. I mean, this is why, you try to trade the first little while. I mean, you could get lucky, catch something. But I mean, look at this, 580 all the way down to 490. There's a dollar drop on a $5, $5 to $6 stock. All right, MITQ just opened. Ooh, look at this PLXP, guys. Now this is another wow, look at MITQ though. So this PLXP, how much volume? Not very much volume. Another really low float, 18 million in the float, approaching yesterday's high. But again, it's early. And this one, keep an eye on this one, guys. Unless it's on the way. Yeah, AHPI. Crazy one from 2 days ago. There was absolutely no news on it that we could ever find. It was just a because, traders piling into it for whatever reason. 3.2 million in the float. Yesterday's high was 729. And MITQ just got halted again. No inkling this was going to happen. Look at the pre-market. Nothing really. All of a sudden the market opens and kaboom. This is the one I think. Yeah, this is the one. This is a Swedish stock. I mentioned it in the pre-market. I'm wondering if the other Swedish stocks would, yeah, look at that, pound it down. But all right, guys. Yeah, I'd be looking at, trying to pound down anything that pops up unless it's got extraordinary news and it's moving really on its own against the market. A lot of these are just going to be short opportunities. With that, look at that opening candle. Market was already down, already had gap down. We're down 120, Dow. There's no disconnect. Tech is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. There is no disconnect right now in the market. Look at Grub, keeps moving down. AIG, let's take a look at AIG. Yeah, it had a pretty big pullback. After hours high was what, almost 50? Pulled back down to 47. All right, OTLY, guys. This was a difficult one yesterday. So it got slammed by Street Sweeper, okay? Basically telling everybody there's a fraud company, inflated revenues, etc. I may be paraphrasing. This was a difficult one yesterday. but now it's moving down. And another Swedish stock. I wonder if it's got anything to do with OTK, but anyway, probably not. But anyway, this is now moving down. What's the volume like? Good volume. Now, of course, the company came out with a press release yesterday, right around here, refuting everything that Street Sweeper said. So you just got to be aware of that. Yeah, I don't know, real, but you know how it traded yesterday? It was a tough one, in my opinion, anyway. The only thing I'm going to do is just maybe stick an alert down here around 1968. See if it craters from there. That would be, that'd be basically an all-time low. All right, so the one to keep an eye on, of course, is this AHPI. The high yesterday was 729. Right now, it's halted at 684. Projected opens around 7, but that'll probably change. Okay, we are open. AHPI open. There you go, 705. Again, very low float, so be awfully careful if you're going to, dabble in this one. It takes out that high yesterday. I think I have an alert set up there, 734, takes that out. 2 days ago, 2 days ago, I mean, it got up to 1158. Really no news, zero news. Lots of volume. It just came into Verb, guys. VERB. A lot of volume came into Verb. Okay, this one is running up. RSLS, this has been an active one also. Another low floater, that's the theme, guys. Low floats, 7.6 million in the float. The high yesterday was 445. It's approaching that, and it's just taking that out right now. Again, I'm not telling anybody to buy this, but it's... Okay, there's the AHPI, guys. I missed it. I could not get it. Wow. I was in at 733 and I was there, but it did not fill me, and it just got... No, that's not the one. CARV just got halted. CARV just got halted. That would have been a nice quick one from 733 up to 777. Pull back a little bit and right back down. You got to cannot wander away. Look at this. I mean, look at this top. 779 drops $1 just like that. You mean AHPI, not AUPI. I'm sure Zach means AHPI. All right, guys, so this is what I'm talking about. The first 15 minutes, look how wild these things are. So MITQ got all the way up to 731 and drops right down to 6, and it's halted now on the way down. So it is a challenge in the first 15 minutes. Okay, now let's see if things are settling down a little bit here. All right, let's see if anything comes from my watch list now. I mean, nothing. This is a purposeful delay for 15 minutes before we get anything. So these are the things, this is what has been moving so far. Yeah, I mean, look, guys, I mean, look, 459, this was not shortable for me. NLSP, I don't know if who had shorts for this one, but man, look at this one, just got pounded down. All right, let's take a look at Carve here. Carve was halted at 944. Wow, crazy, yeah. So it's taken out yesterday's high. The next high looking left is 25.37. Another, again, we have, less than 1 million in the float, so anything can happen with this. 4 days ago, this got up to $42. And the reason it got halted, actually, I'm not saying that's the absolute reason, but this is a reason. At the hearing yesterday, Fed's involvement with causes like global warming and racial justice. So anyway, we'll see what happens on the open. I mean, right now, and there it just opened. Again, if you're going to take something like this, my only recommendation is few shares and do not wander away from your computer. As fast as they go up, they can go down. There's Ride, guys. Man, Ride on the way here. Ride. Straight up on the 2-minute chart. See if there's any specific news. Even Blin is recovering here off 7. BLIN is recovering off 7. Yeah, so I'm watching. Yeah, you're right about the WKHS. So these HYLN, WKHS, ride, they're all moving higher here. All EV related. Of course, if you read the news this morning, I mean, Europe is really, I mean, there ain't no more internal combustion engine dead in what 2035 or something like that. But a lot of the, of course, a lot of the automotive manufacturers are already heading in that direction now. But so all these stocks right now, shouldn't be all of them, but I mean, a lot of them are just popping. All right, verb guys. So after that, it did pull back here. Now it's starting to move again. It's not an all. What's an all? Wow, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, it's hard to believe it's an all-time high, but it does say an all-time high. It may have been a symbol name change here, so that's why it looks like kind of like an IPO here. All right, now maybe keep an eye on this one. Maybe on a 22 break. I'm going to put an alert for a carve at around 20. I know we're giving up a lot here, but remember what it did 5 days ago, 4 days ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 days ago. So you're giving up a lot, but if it took out maybe the highs of the bodies of these 2 minute candles, it may get it moving again. AACG. Let's take a look at AACG. All right, so what Real is talking about here is if it starts to move down, oh, look at that bottoming tail there. It could be a real magnet. His fib levels 379, 364, 348, 326. Now he's not saying it's getting there, but that's what he's. And it's not shortable for us. You know that, Real. Or maybe you don't know. Okay, so we've got a bit of a choppy day here, guys. Look at these topping tails for the SPY, okay? The SPY looked pretty good. That first 15-minute candle got knocked down. Buyers tried again. It's still green, but sellers are, still pretty strong right now, still. It's selling off anything, but we've got some chop going, which is really, can make it very tough to trade. So unless you're seeing like a primo setup, sit in your hands. No law says you have to be in a trade at all times of the day. Yeah, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Give me a moment here, guys. I've got some sound alert going, and I don't know where it's coming from. Well, I saw TCAT was mentioned. Just haven't paid any attention to this NFG. Wow, look at that. Yeah, wow, good one. 1 million. Well, the next high looking left, I guess, has taken that out. I mean, look at this move down, though. So the next high looking left was 811 yesterday. The next high looking left again now is 955. Maybe there were shorts available for you when you first saw this reel. There are no shorts available now at IB for AACG. It may be a little, depending on how many alerts you're getting. I mean, it may be very distracting. I mean, the whole idea, of course, of sound alerts is, you put a unique sound alert on a window. You shouldn't have so many windows open that, you're getting all sorts of different sound alerts and you're flipping back and, if you had 10 alert windows open with 10 different sounds, yeah, you'd be going crazy. There's just something going on that I can't quite figure out. With me, I know where the sound alert's coming from. All right, guys, so we have an interesting one from the AI now. If you have the AI, there's one that's actually doing quite well. All right, airline, I think this is an airline, or no. Support.com, SPRT, I think this was a trade of the week. I don't think it worked. Well, it might have worked for a day or two. SPRT, popping up here. Low float, 17 million in the float. But again, the issue always is looking left, and to me, there just looks like there's too much resistance. Nothing from the option scanner yet. All right, this was a crazy one a couple of days ago. This one, CLNN, got up to almost $18. It is crawling back right here. Lots of volume coming in. Fairly low float, 34 million in the float. A high of yesterday, so it's got room. I mean, if it can start approaching that high, 1369, so it's got almost $2 to that high. Oh, I see, I didn't see that reel. Yeah, look at this, guy. So, I mean, again, you got to be so careful on these low floaters. You know, if you took this one, you know, right around here and then wandered away, you know, you're down $2 and more, because we can't trust, you can't trust these low floaters to maintain. And look, yeah, AHPI. I mean, I don't think this was shortable for me. No, it was shortable. It's gone negative. I mean, you know, you can't look at this. Well, it's based on a chart, so it's you know, I try to size up where I think there's some support on the chart. It's not so much the stop loss, it's how much I'm willing to risk per trade. Okay, so that'll share size me. And of course, how much I risk per trade is directly related to my account size. So everybody, you know, everybody's going to have a different risk amount. When I get into my spiel, I talk about that a little bit. You know, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. But my stops are almost always based on what I see on a chart. You know, if I see some support, let's say for argument's sake, if I got into DTSS up here, I would have looked down here and said, okay, that looks like a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade, as an example. So in other words, it is not, I see a lot of people saying, well, I'll risk, you know, 20 cents a trade or half a percent per trade, things like that. I don't do that. You know, that's just the way, I just don't trade like that. Boy, this one has had a nice recovery. SHLS, just watching this one, SHLS, off the $28 financing. I mean, it is, so the investors are shrugging that off. Got all the way down to 26 on the news of the financing. But I guess investors are saying, you know what, that's okay. How much are they raising? Do some quick math here. Yeah, so they're raising $372 million. Now this stock has been, you know, on a decline over the last 3 days. See, that's different in terms of the risk, 2%. So, but your stop is not 2% all the time. I guess that would be my. That's what I would be looking at. All right, here's another one, guys. Wow, just got halted. YVR just got halted. Living in Vancouver, I always find that funny to say. That's the airport. YVR is Vancouver Airport designation. YVR just got halted. Another low float Canadian stock. Where are you out of? Vancouver, my hometown. There we go. And of course, another low float, 11 million in the float through the 200-day moving average. No news. So let's just see where it could open. Right now it just says 230, 230. However, let's take a look left on the weekly chart. What do we see? So all these levels here are around 220 right there. So it's a little bit above that right now. The next high looking left on the weekly is 224. So it's a little bit above that. So the next high is 252. I mean, I don't know, that might stall it. If we could somehow get through that though, the next high in the weekly chart is over 3. So you'd have to wait and see if this 252 is going to stall it. All right, guys, there's the IC. Yeah, I have been able to work around it real. If you have company name and sector in there, it really is disruptive. I completely agree. I've been able to work around it to get it to look the way I want it, but it is a bit of a challenge. You know, for instance, I mean, I'm able to see this okay, exactly the way I want. Depends how many columns you have, but if you definitely have the company name as a column and sector as a column, you know, you probably, I mean, I never have that, so it hasn't really affected me. Yeah, I think for me, real, what I did is I just limited the number of columns I want to say. Listen, I get it. I completely get it. I just never usually scrolled right to see other column headers. So it really didn't affect me that much, but I do get it. It's because of the docking. It tries to adjust the column width and all. The main reason for docking right now, okay, is not so much what you know. I mean, I love. Listen, I've been able to figure out how to do it so that it doesn't bug me anymore. Okay, you know, putting certain scans in a docked window. But the main reason for docking for the majority of people is going to be to use the dock channel bar. That is the main reason. Okay, because now you can take a look at different scans, different layouts in our channel bar, and your layout will remain. That's the main reason right now. But listen, you know what? I'm going to go over this in about 10 minutes. But listen, info at trade, complain. The more people that complain, the better. Okay? But it is a beta release, exactly. Look at the Otley reel. I mean, this Otley is a tough one. OTLY. Right back over 20 again. Yeah, okay, so YVR did open, not, and again, I just looked at all this, where was it, on the weekly chart, and look where it stalled. I mean, just about, that 250, 230 to 250 level, it just stalled right there. Yeah, you're probably right, Real. Just through, but you know what? Just send an email. I've been able to work around it to get it the way I like it. So it might take a little bit of work on your part, but I've been able to get around it. Remember when I first, well, I'm really going off topic here. When I first was, you couldn't even adjust the column size, okay? And I couldn't use it. I mean, I could not use it. I had to go back to call it the normal version until it took a couple of releases before at least I was able to start adjusting the column size. We have something from the option scanner. But again, it is YVR. I just don't love it. I mean, it looks like there's just too much. And if it can get through this 250, then it's got a shot maybe to the 3 level, but we're giving up too much probably. YVR was halted. It's now open. Excuse me, Alex. It was halted. Now it's open. You want whip? Look at this one. I mean, again, these are just thumbnail charts I got. I thumbnailed some of the ones that have been just all over the place over the last few days. But look at this. I mean, SGOC all the way up to 1650, right back down to 12. I mean, $4 drop like that. So guys, other than a pre-market short of Blinn, I got, was pretty fortunate in it. I've done nothing. It was a great pop. I guess you took advantage of the pop, William, on the AACG. Keep an eye on this SHLS. I mean, it is still strong off the financing of 28. Okay, and the next high looking left is way up here at 30.51. So, not way up, but it's $1.50. This is very strong. I mean, look at the bottoming tails on the 5-minute chart. Sellers tried to knock it down. These 3 candles right there. Buyers, though, look like they're in control. If this has some volume and pops off 29, this could have a run to the high of yesterday. So look what it got to. AACG got right up to, what price was that? 450. Look left. What's the high? 3 months ago, 450. Now after that, 606. So yeah, I mean, it could, you know, if it powers its way through 450, you know, and then it's got a shot to, you know, challenge that 606 level on the monthly chart. And the fact that it's not shortable anymore anyway at IB, I don't know how many other brokers have shorts for ACG. You know, that'll help it on a run because you won't get people shorting it, driving the price down. Again, it's not a recommendation to buy it or anything like that. It's just an observation. But, you know, let's see if it can take out that 450, because if it does, I'm just going to stick an alert there. So no shorts left for even, but look at this. I mean, gotta be careful. I mean, I'm just going to stick an alert at 450, see if it takes that out, which would be, again, the high of several months ago, 3 months ago, plus the high of today. Yeah, you're giving up a lot, but it's a low float, so it could really keep running. And remember, 5 months ago, or 6 months ago, for whatever reason, got all the way up to 20. So, I mean, this is what we're looking at. But right now, it's a no-go for me anyway. SQBG. Yeah, you're right. There's no volume yet. Again, it was a crazy one. You're right. Crazy low float. 1 million in the float. But right now, there's nothing, for me anyway, nothing to see. Yes. So there was the second candle. Remember, this was red at one point. So market, but this is a big red candle forming, so we'll have to see. Again, bounces will work pretty nicely if it can somehow turn green. Doesn't have to be like a wide candle, but just, you know, give us an hour and a half of green candles. But it's pretty choppy. Because I'm finding it very choppy. All right, guys, so that SHLS actually started to move down off 29, so that is a no-go. Maybe a short now. All right, guys, it is now 10:20, so you know what that means. That means Zach starts to listen to his music. You can always come back, Zach. Okay, guys, first of all, this is what I do around 10:20 every morning. Big welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room, this is the format, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And I always start off with my home page. There is a lot of information on my home page. That's why I'm always recommending save the link to my homepage, because as you'll see when I start talking about it, you'll see there's a lot of information there. And the homepage link is also available. I have a tab here in the main room right here. So it's available all day long. So when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, Barry 4 Alpha, all in caps, numeric 4, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Take a look at how much Trade Ideas cost. YVR is getting frisky again, but again, look at this drop, pop, drop. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Okay, so the annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference, there are other differences, but the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is for the AI. Okay, I'll go over that in a little bit. You don't have to take a premium subscription. An annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard, here are the prices, $118, $228. You can apply the discount, that 15% discount, to the first month only. All right? So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information on my homepage. So the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's a free service. Stock of the day, I would do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern. You can sign up for them right here. Now, these 2 sections right here, my scans and the education. This is why I say to save my link. A lot of information here. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. Here's my layout that you see that I'm sharing. I also have individual scans that I've created. Some, you might want to take a look at some. Hopefully I have named them so that it kind of makes sense. I like this one. I use this one a lot. No real action today. The moving higher with unusually strong options. Only one so far today, YVR. But anyway, individual scans that you can take a look at. And here's my layout also. Remember, now, if you're on the new beta version, then you don't have to worry about clicking on a layout and having your layout disappear. You just X this out. And I'll get into the new beta in a bit. Here's the education section, okay? I should actually rephrase that. But let me talk a little bit about the education section. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, really recommend you take these lessons. They're very quick. It won't take you 20 days. But talks about what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to the AI and Brokerage Plus, which I'll also get into a little bit. Okay, so there's a lot of information here. You'll hear me talk about a YouTube room, which I also moderate at the same time. It's in essence the same as the main trading room. They hear me, see my screen, just not quite as active in terms of the traders that are there. At noon, I do take a break. So if you want to head over to the YouTube room, another trader takes over. Today is Thursday, so I believe that will be Jamie. I'll confirm that. Before I take my break, I will look at YVR now, guys. Challenging that 250. So again, before I take my break, I'll put the link to the YouTube room in so you can head over there if you want between 12 and 1 where Jamie will be there. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. They are free. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, a video about the AI. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little 36-part video series, very short videos, starting off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Look at YVR go, guys. Wow. Right through that 250. Trading ebooks, okay, that we created. So again, there is a lot of information on my homepage, especially in those 2 sections. The education section and my scan. So save the link, then you can look at all this at your leisure. Let's take a look at YVR before I start talking a little bit about the AI, or not, or about trade ideas in general. Yeah, look at the SPY, guys. I mean, this is a choppy day so far. You know, there was a SPY. This is pre-market. So the SPY was already down. Opening candle was down. Next candle popped up. Looked like, okay. Even the next candle looked like maybe we'll get that little rally that I love. But this candle, so far anyway, this has a little less than 3 minutes to close. You know, it's a red candle. So we've got a bit of a choppy day so far. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. So if you're new in this room wondering, well, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scanner. Basic new highs and lows. This is what the scan is looking for. This is what I'm looking for in this scan. Stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. We've got a minimum volume of 400,000 shares and some other filters that are in place. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks right here. Now, the great thing about Trade Ideas, you do not have to know how to program. So what we did was we said, okay, listen, most people are never, ever going to want to have to learn a programming language to use a product. So for the vast majority of our customers, we think we've created enough alerts. These are all the alerts when you see this sort of an icon. And when it switches to this icon, these are our filters. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, you can find a way to combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Okay, so no programming language to learn. Now, if you're just, look at this can. I mean, this is really choppy, guys. Look at this red candle. So, if you're new to Trade Ideas, though, you don't even have to know how to build a scan. I mean, you know, once you get used to Trade Ideas, you become a subscriber. You know, typically, most people want to maybe create their own scans. But as I said, I'm sharing all my scans. And then also, we have got this toolbar. And these are all channels within the toolbar. And this is in the latest beta, okay, that I'm demonstrating right here, called the docked toolbar. And why it's good and why I think you should download it, especially if you're somebody who likes to go through the channels, you know, during the day, but you haven't been because, you know, what has happened before. Okay, there's Otley, maybe. It's an example of how the price alerts work. So if you've been kind of shy about using the channels because, you know, before, if you had a layout, your layout would be replaced by the channel, that's over. So watch, you know, when I click on, say, the momentum channel, see how my layout is underneath, it's still there. So now you can, well, there's Otley again, OTLY. So notice that the layout now, my layout remains. And that's the same with every channel here. Now, if you saw a scan within a channel that you liked, you know, take a look. A lot of people like momentum plays. So you take a look at it. There's, you know, boom, right there. If you liked it, first of all, you can do a couple of things. You can first of all right-click and configure, and check out the summary and see what it's looking for. If you don't mind, you know, everything that's here, then I'll show you what you can do and how you can save it. But you can always make a change. You know, if you thought, well, that's not the price range I want. Maybe I want between 10 and 50. Say, okay. Now, very important, when you make a change in the channel, and if you left the channel and came back, that change is not saved. The reason is that the channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change, you know, that would affect everybody. So here's what you do. Now, typically what people do is that they'll go through the different channels and maybe start extracting windows that they might like to make part of their own layout. So notice I made the change. Now you can right click and duplicate into a free floating window. When I do that, this is a free floating window, kind of like what we always had before. And now you can save it to the cloud. We're just right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Now it's in the cloud. And we'll explain that. Because now I can go to another channel. You know, stocks that are surging. And, you know, the action is heating up right now. All right, so let's take a look at that. Again, you can right click, configure. You can see what we're using. You know, for the sake of going through this more quickly, you know, I won't change anything. I mean, I would probably change the price between 1 and 1,000. That's kind of crazy. But let's just say, you know, I don't mind. Now I can do the same thing. Right click, duplicate into a free floating window. These are popping up on my other monitor. And then right click and save it. Save. So now it's in the cloud. So you can see the principle. If you're starting out, you don't have to know how anything was created. But if you see something that like you'd like to take a look at, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. Now watch. So let's just say that you've got a layout, or maybe you've got nothing. You've got a blank slate, you've cleared all your windows, and all you see is a toolbar. Now what you can do is this File, Load from Cloud, and you see here they are. Right click, load it, and here it is. And you can keep doing that. So all the windows that you may have extracted from the various channels, you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout. Okay? So again, you don't have to know anything about how to create anything really. We tried to create enough scans for you that make it really easy for you. But of course, as you get used to trade ideas, just like I said here, I mean, I'm sharing my basic new highs and lows, but you might look at that and you can take it. This is what I like to see. But again, you might not like that price range. You know, I've got 1 and 20. You might like between 10 and 100. Make the change. You know, you just have to literally change it. Click on the summary. You see how it's changed. See, 10 and 100. If you like that, then you just say, okay, I'm not going to do that because that's not what I want. So you can always customize things. So that's a general overview of trade ideas. Again, what I would do is I would take a look at the 20 lessons. A lot of this is covered in the 20 lessons. I want to talk a little bit about the AI. We nicknamed it Holly. And I missed one that I wanted to take. Actually, not having a bad day right now. So if you have the AI, this is what I would do. Now, you need our premium service for that. Click on New from our toolbar, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? Click on that. When you do that, this is the window that you'll pop up. I mean, I've got this dock with a couple other windows, but that's okay. This is the window that will pop up, and this is all I would look at. Never mind the differences between the different AIs. You know, I know we've got something called Holly Neo 2.0 and Grail. Forget about the differences. Don't concern yourself. I also wouldn't even care about where they're coming from. You know, all the different strategies that we've got. All I would do is just wait for the alerts to happen. You know, you'll get no alert until at least 9:35. Nothing happens in the pre-market. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:35, but you can get one at 9:35. But, you know, this one is obvious. This is the one I was looking at shorting, but, you know, got a little distracted. But look at this, 24.42 right there. Been pretty steadily down. You know, it's a 5.7% gain so far. Now, how you use the AI will be up to you. You know, there's no video on, well, this is how you should use the AI. You know, I use it like a watch list all day long. I like to kind of zero in on stocks under $20. That's just the way I like to do it. I do not auto trade anything ever. We don't recommend it. But that's how I would watch the AI. I wouldn't concern myself about anything else. Just have that window up and running. Now, the other thing you can do is once that window is up, save it to your layout. You know, when you close down Trade Ideas at the end of the day, just make sure it's still up and running and save it so that tomorrow when you launch Trade Ideas before the market opens, that window will be blank. Just wait for the alerts to happen. You have a real time, you don't have to get in right at the entry price. You know, you can watch to see how it's trading a bit, and you have a stop price. Again, so how you're going to use the AI will be up to you. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here that is called a Brokerage Plus. So, Brokerage Plus is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, not available. I'm going to pop this video or this link to 2 videos. Okay, so I just popped this link in. It's called Brokerage Plus. There are 2 videos in here. The first one is a very short video, and it shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can connect there, and then you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas once you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account, all right? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. All it means is you can't use this feature that we've got. That's all it means. Okay? And even if you have IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you have to use this. The second video goes into a lot more detail about some of the more advanced things that you can do using this Brokerage Plus window if you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account. Okay? Now, what I like to concentrate more on, though, is the fact that this can be used as a great simulator, paper trader. If you're new to Trade Ideas, and you can watch that second video because it, you know, everything that talks about when you're connected to a live broker is you can do the same thing in the simulator. And here's the deal, though: it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? Because it's using our real-time data. We have some questions sometimes I get. Well, I'm using the simulator. But I'm connected to my IB paper trading account. Why do that? Use the simulator and run it with our real-time data. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is then. And it's really simple to use. You just click on an alert. You notice that the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to trade at. Now, how I always like to first demonstrate it is taking something maybe on a pullback. So you can see the struggle YVR is having to get through that 250, but let's just say I wanted to take this one, okay? But I don't want to take it right now. I want to take it if it pulls back to 221. You know, I'm not saying that's what I would do, but I just wanted to demonstrate how you can do something like that. So you pick how many shares you want to trade at that price. You put 221, both boxes here, and click the buy button. And you will see a blue line appear on the chart. So if YVR goes down to 221, it'll take the trade. Okay? Now, for some reason, you know, you don't like the way the market's trading, or you don't like, you know, the action of YVR, you can always go into the orders and right click and cancel it. Okay, but I'll leave it in there. Hey, you never know. Might trigger. Okay, now I do want to talk a little bit about money management, especially if you're new to trading, money management and stop losses. When you get into a trade, unfortunately, they're not all going to work. Give me a moment here. So I just want to demonstrate. Okay, I'm just trying to pick. I'm just picking this SCPL. Okay, what's the spread like? It's not terrible. I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm buying 500 shares. This is in the simulator. I'm going to buy at the market. It's not a terrible spread. It was only 3 or 4 cents. So see, it took the trade at 17.31 in the simulator. I'm going to put a stop at 17.11 and explain why. This is just to make the math easy. Okay, wouldn't be the worst stop. Maybe down here would have been better, but anyway, it's just to make the math easy. So when you start trading, you know, I know it's maybe it's a difficult concept to understand, but you know, they're not all going to work. I mean, that's not a difficult concept, but the concept now is, okay, if it's not working, where are you going to get out of the trade? You know, hope and pray is not a trading strategy. Hope and pray that it's going to go up, or if it's moving down on you, that it'll go back up. So, I mean, this is how I trade. I always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade. And I can always move on. You know, it may come back later on to the same type of setup, and maybe I get back into the trade. So, the biggest challenge, and that's why we're always saying practice, 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 is okay. Okay, well, that's great, but where is that price where I'm going to get out? Well, what I like to do is I like to look at okay guys, this, by the way, this 4.7 million at 15, this is an IPO that just opened, SCRA. Only 4.7 million shares, an IPO that just opened. The challenge of moderating a room and trying to watch things at the same time. Anyway, so if you're new to trading, again, you might say, okay, I get the idea that I should get out at a certain price, but how am I going to know that price? Well, again, that's why we're saying practice trading, practice, practice, practice. What I like to do is I like to kind of size up on a chart where I think there's some support. I mean, I'm going to get stopped out, guys. Okay, it's going to probably take me out of the trade, which is okay. I'm just going to demonstrate how this works. But what I want to do is I want to do something that probably a lot of you will do. Now, it took me out. See, it took me out of the trade. That's okay. See how it took me out of the trade? I'm out of the trade with a manageable $100 loss. Again, this is in the simulator. So what I was going to say is, you know, practice trading. How I like to do it, I like to size up on the chart where I think there's a support level. If it breaks down through that support level, then I should be out of the trade. Okay? So that's number one. Number two is how much are you willing to risk on the trade if it does go against you? You know, I mentioned earlier that if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, now I got stopped out, but in this particular case, why I picked 500 shares. Remember, my entry was 17.31 and my stop was, it's disappeared now, but it was 17.11, which was 20 cents away. So what I said was, okay, let's say in my account, I can risk $100 a trade. Just try to make the math super simple. Because the next concept then is share sizing. You know, in my opinion, you don't take the same number of shares every trade. It should be based on the difference between your entry and your stop, which in this case, again, to make the math simple, was 20 cents. So if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, I would divide 20 cents into $100, and that's where the 500 shares came in. Okay? So two concepts, where to place your stop, and then the difference between your entry and your stop will dictate how many shares you take per trade. Now, what I was going to demonstrate is what most people do, though, when they first start out trading, is as the stock approaches your stop, you would start second guessing where you put your stop in. You start thinking, well, man, maybe, you know, I understood. I thought maybe that was a good support level, but maybe it was too tight. So I'll start moving my stop down. So instead of that manageable $100 loss, I move it down, and it keeps moving down to that price. And so instead of the $100 loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. And then you start saying to yourself, why did I do that? Well, it depends, John. I mean, there are all sorts of different ways. I mean, a lot of people will put the stop, if on a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart, the low of that previous. I can't tell you how to do it, okay? I know what I like to do. I like to size up on a chart where I think I see some support. And if it's close enough, because I don't want, if it's way down, it's $2 away, I won't do that. So, because I've been trading for a while, I can adjust the way that I'll look at where I'm going to put a stop. So that's only going to come with practice. There are people that, that's what they do. They'll put a stop, the low of the previous candle, maybe on a 5-minute or 15-minute. Yeah, I would probably, 5-minute, 1 minute I would never use. Never, 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 never. It's too whippy. You'll get stopped out probably so many times. 5-minute is about the minimum that I would use. But, if you're getting stopped out a lot, go, turn to a 15-minute chart. Your stop may be a lot, further down from your entry price. All that means is that you're taking fewer shares then. So again, guys, 3 important concepts. Realizing that every trade is not going to work. So having a price where you're going to get out of the trade. Second concept, that will determine how many shares you take. And the third concept, obeying your stop. So you can do a couple things. If you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, you can actually use our charts then. And you can leave your stop in, you get taken out of the trade, you get taken out of the trade. If you don't have IB or E-Trade, your broker will have something very similar. How you can place stops, okay? And all that's doing, it's taking all the emotion out of trading. Nothing worse than, placing a stop and then not obeying it and having it blow through that stop and having your manageable, whatever that manageable loss was supposed to be, $100, $50, whatever, your account size will determine that, turning into a much bigger loss. Nothing worse. It's a sinking feeling. Now, listen, a lot of times what you're going to see, many times, that you're going to have a stop and you get taken out and then it bounces back up on you. And you're going to say to yourself, well, first of all, why did I obey my stop? Now, if it keeps happening, then you might have to start thinking, well, maybe my stops are too tight. If it keeps happening. But one of the worst things that can happen is that you obey your stop, you get out, and then you notice it bouncing and it turns into what would have been a great winner. Because then that starts to make you think, well, maybe I shouldn't obey my stops. Anyway, this is only going to come with practice. That's why we're saying practice, practice, practice in the simulator before you start trading with live money. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money in a live account, okay? Because when you're trading live, it gets very emotional. And if you can make money in a simulator, unfortunately, it doesn't guarantee you're going to make money when you start trading, okay? But I'll almost guarantee if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. Until you get used to making money, it's going to be awfully difficult to switch. Look at this market, by the way. Okay, guys, so that's kind of my spiel about money management, the overall view of trade ideas, using Brokerage Plus, and our AI channel, okay? Now, maybe I can start concentrating a little bit more on seeing what's happening here. Now, there was a moment where I was going to take that Otley short. It finally looks like it's capitulating. But, I was in my spiel, so it's too late for me now. Now, notice here on the YVR, guys, remember I put in this conditional buy if it dipped down here. So it took the trade. Now, the same thing applies, okay? Knowing that I was going to take this trade if it dipped down to 222, I would know where my stop would be. Before. And that would have share sized me. So again, the thought process should be, okay, if it dips to 222, I want to take the trade, but I also have to know where I'm getting out of the trade. Again, based on, you somehow, like how you do it will be up to you. I mean, I would be probably putting a stop down here, maybe at the whole number, things like that. But this is why you have to practice. Now, at this point, if I don't like this, I can always flatten it. That's what these hotkeys are all about. If I don't like this anymore, I'm watching, look at this market. Boy, this is a real choppy market to start. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets me out of a trade. Half gets me out of half my trade. Or I could double my position. These are hotkeys. Give me a moment, please, here. Okay. Now let's see what's happening here. Yeah, so not a good IPO so far, guys. Remember I said, take a look at my price alerts. Yeah, ride is still looking pretty good. Ah, that's it. All right, guys, I'm just want to see. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to take a look at my price alerts window. So I put my little note here, 4.7 million shares at $15. That was for the SERA, and this is not good. Obviously, it's not good. So what I'm going to do, the only way I would take this trade today is if it took out the high at some point. It's the only way I would take the trade today on this IPO. Later on it might, with the number of shares that have been issued, it could get pretty whippy. 4.7 is not a lot. Now, guys, you know that Zach has been talking about IC. I was in this one earlier, traded out of it, not earlier today, but it's looking interesting again. They did the financing at 901 actually. And so it's looking interesting again. If it takes out 10, I may have to hop back in it. Back before I do go away. Our price alerts are, it's a tremendous way. Instead of having to stare at charts all the time, just set price alerts. So for instance, in the new build, I'm going to set a price alert right there. There's a price alert icon. I'm going to set a price alert for 10:01. Okay, there they are up here. I could have gone up here, right click. If I had been able to place it, well, I could have done it, I guess, on this chart. If I could have done it this way. I could have, placed it, right click, create the price alert at 9.95 just by moving it up here. But yeah, you know what? Because I knew I wanted it at 10:01, just as easy to click on that sound icon, or sorry, the little bell icon. Again, this is part of the new build available on from our website. It's the new beta. MMMB, triple MB. Let's see what triple MB is doing. Yo, yes, look at this. Look at the volume coming in. And we've got 19 million in the float. However, so this is halted. Not getting any bid ask at all. Interesting, yeah, not getting any bid ask at all in Interactive Brokers, nothing. No data beyond 7:15. So this is probably, as somebody said, is now a new symbol. Okay, Bob, I'll show you how to do that. Let me get my price alert window up. Okay, so for instance, here are my triggered ones, right? So if I didn't want to see them anymore, I just have to highlight them all, right click, and delete. So that's the simple way. That's why I always have it. I always have this sorted on the on the last price here. This is the triggered column, so I'm always going to see the last one. So that's a simple way if that's what you want to do. Just highlight them. Right click, delete, okay? Now the other thing though is, you might have a lot of price alerts, and this is what I suggest. We had somebody saying they had so many price alerts, how do I get rid of them? Well, first of all, you notice we've got the dollar alert column. This is telling me how far away from the alert. So, I mean, I'm looking at GME right here, okay? I'm $35 away. Does that really mean I should have this price alert anymore? I'm $35 away from it. So, to me, an exercise, at least on the weekend, you go through your price alerts and see if any of them you need them anymore. So for instance, if I saw a bunch that were so far away from the price, again, I would do all this. I would just delete them all. Okay? That's what I would do. There's no reason to have like hundreds and hundreds. Well, you can only have 500 price alerts, number one. And there's a reason for that. There's no reason to have probably over 100, to be honest. So what is there? I don't see any reason for the TCAT move. I don't see any news on it, but it doesn't matter. Another low float situation. Wow. Okay. Well, the next high looking left, 955 for TCAT. 200-day is still far enough away. Wonder why I don't see that. Oh, I see it. Okay, that was from, okay, I was looking for today. All right, yeah, you're right. I mean, I do see that headline now. That was on the 13th. After hours on the 13th. Didn't really affect it yesterday at all. Look at that. I mean, didn't affect it yesterday at all. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down a little bit for me. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Look at the SPY. Look at the SPY, guys. What a rocky day it's been. All right, let's take a look at UMC. This is a cheap one. I know this is a very cheap one. Actually, it's not as cheap as I thought it was. I have no price target for YVR. Understand, this was just taken in the simulator. Okay, just showing you how you can do things on a pullback. I mean, when I look at it, I mean, it could easily stall at these highs right there because look at the. Let's take a look at the weekly chart here. So 252. I mean, it did briefly get through 252. I mean, if it can get through 252 again, then I mean it's got a shot to the 317 level, I guess. There's the weekly chart. I'm just looking left. That's not what I call a price target, but these are areas I'd be, looking at. Potential resistance areas. Okay, David, so yeah, just from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. So you have to have a premium service, of course. And when you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Okay, this is the docked with these two other two other scans. But this is the window that you would see. And then how you trade it will be up to you. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. You just wait for the alerts to happen. So what I would do if you have the premium service is take this window, do what I did, and then when you save trade ideas at the end of the day, just keep this up and so that it's saved as part of your layout. And then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas before the market opens, this will be blank and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? And that's the simplest way to use the AI. It just doesn't appear that you can trade it at Interactive Brokers, though. MMB, triple MB. I know it's an uplisting, I guess. Well, I guess I see that, but there's no data. At least this is what I'm getting. we're getting charts. You know, our trade ideas is getting charts for this, but just no data in IB. That's okay. I mean, I'm at the end of the world here, but okay, I don't think I've seen this one before. RVI, kind of interesting. Look at the float, 17 million in the float. Great day today. Look at the room it's got. Look at the monthly chart. Looking left, wow, $29 is the next high looking left on the monthly. Let's back the weekly out and see if it's somewhat similar. Yeah, this has got room, guys, if it wants to keep going. I mean, I'm going to keep an eye on this one. I don't think I've really seen this one before. This is RVI. Through the, I mean, 17, it doesn't trade very much. You can tell that because 442,000 shares is traded. That represents 17 times normal. Yeah, it's not listed. That's what I was saying, Real. I mean, with Triple MB, there's no data for it at IB, even though it's loading into the order entry. Okay, somebody's hungry here. Just a minute. Really? How would you? Okay, let me just see here. Not that I want to trade it necessarily, but I guess well, it's a little bit risky to do it. I guess. I guess you can put a price in. I'm just looking here, though. I mean, again, it just says no data, and that's the time in sales. So. And in my little, this guy here, well, let me just, it's showing, well, the symbol was up here. It's showing nothing. Anyway, I mean, look, there are a lot of other things we can do, so. Nobody's buying Barbies, guys. Look at Mattel here. Mattel on the way down. MAT, ooh, through that whole number also. MAT. The next low looking left is 1883, so it's very close to that low right there. And that is for Mattel, MAT. Really? I mean, it's interesting because I have IB, I don't have the normal data. Anyway, that's okay. Good luck on it. Okay, guys, just want to demonstrate. Now, if I want to get out of this trade right here for the YVR, maybe thinking that it might stall, I could do a couple things. I could get out of half my trade, click on half. This is again in the simulator. No, okay, so it took it out. So I have 150 shares left in the simulator. Now, a couple columns that I like to keep track of. The max P&L, today's P&L, and the distance. You know what? I don't like this today's profit thing. Okay, I might get rid of that. Anyway, let me move the distance from the exit price over here. Okay. So this would give you a bit of a gauge at how good are your exits, okay? That's a question that you'll always be asking yourselves, man, or beating yourself up on, saying, man, I left a lot of money on the table, or I didn't get out soon enough, and on and on and on, okay? It's always going to happen. I mean, you're never ever going to be able to get out right at the top, okay? So can't beat yourself up. But this is a bit of a good gauge, all right? So look what it says here. The max P&L that I could have got if I got out right at the very top when I had the 300 shares would have been $102. And you know what? I'm going to get out of this. This is going to be too confusing. I'm just going to flatten because I want to show you really what I'm talking about here. So I'm out of the trade completely. So my total P&L, today's profit was $73, okay? My max would have been 102 had I got out right at the very top when I was still in the trade. So $102 versus 73, that's not terrible. Okay? You're never, you know what I'm going to do, guys? I want to get rid of this column here. So it's a good. So for instance, if you saw a max P&L at 102, and then you allowed the stock to move down, and when you finally got out, you only made, say, $10, or even worse, turn into a negative position. Obviously, that wouldn't have been very good. All right. In this particular case, I mean, it's not the worst thing. Again, you never, ever, very rarely are you ever going to exit at the very, very high when you had this step when you were still in the trade. The other thing that is nice to look at, though, is the distance from the exit price, because what this is telling you is, okay, I exited. What you really want to see here is a nice big negative number, because that would mean that, okay, I exited and now it's way below where I exited, which is what you want to see, of course. What you don't want to see is a big positive number, which means, man, I guess I left a lot of money on the table. Again, you don't beat yourself up too much, but I mean, if you're constantly leaving a ton of money on the table, then you have to start, maybe refining your exits. So again, I think these three columns right here, good gauge. I'm going to get rid of that also. Okay, guys, let's take a look at what is happening in the overall market. And I've asked for the change reel. I don't know when it'll happen, but I've asked for the change. And what I'm talking about, again, with this new docked version, which you can have, if you go to our website, you can download the latest version of Trade Ideas, go to the beta, and then you can have, the nice thing about it is that, I mean, listen, if you can now then go into our channels, and if you have a layout up and running, you don't have to worry about your layout being replaced. It's probably the number one reason to go to it. You don't have to do anything else, if you don't want to. But now you can go and click on a channel, and your layout will remain. That's probably the biggest advantage. So here's what the market's doing, the overall market. Now it's really interesting. So you see the Dow has just gone a little bit positive. SPY is still down. There is a disconnect. Tech is down, right? So wow, look at finance. I mean, finance was down the last 2 days. So again, these are the major ETFs for the market. So here's the financial, XLF. Here are the stocks that make it up. 87% of them are up for the day. All right, only 12% down. So more interesting to me, instead of clicking on the one that's up, we go down to the one, well, wonder why this one is down. PGR is down for whatever reason. You click on it, maybe it's an earnings play, I don't know. It's down for the day. It looks like it is an earnings play, actually, as an example. But, so this is what you can do, though. You can kind of, it's not quite a heat map, but it gives you an overall picture of what's happening in the market. Energy is still weak. I mean, this has been energy over the last few days. 86% of the stocks are down for the day. Only 13% are up. Best sector today? Well, again, financial, materials has had a rebound, and industrials, okay? But by far the worst sector is still energy, technology. There's the NAS down 72. Here is the technology sector. You can look at, okay, you see one, wow, FTNT. I remember when this was way down. But you're looking right here. Here's the there's only these ones are the only ones up in the technology sector. So anyway, this is something that you can now, if you wanted to. It may start to turn into a resource hog. We don't know yet, but if you wanted to, like a lot of you might want to have this window up and running. If you have several monitors, you might want to have this window up and running. You stick it on another monitor all day long, just so you can kind of keep track of things. I'm not saying you have to do that, of course, but if you do want to do that, you can do that. But you can still surf through the channels. How? Click on New again, and then Dock Channel Bar, and the window will pop up again. So you could, have this channel or this channel up and running, but I can still go through the different channels. See, so I've got this channel up and running. So it still gives me the ability to have a channel up and running, and then that I want to maybe save and have open all the time, but yet go through the different channels if I want to do that. So that's in the new build. And again, go to my home page. Go to my home page, click on my home page link. And then at the top where it says download software, click on the download software and scroll down to where you see the beta. Okay, right here. Meanwhile, I see OCG is going a little bit crazy. Okay, now that is a TCAT play, isn't it? This is a TCAT play, or an NFG play, I should say, I guess, but yeah, I'll do the same thing. I'll try to take 100 shares at the market and see what happens. Okay. Oh well, that doesn't matter. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It's using our real-time data. We have data for it, so I mean, I'm sorry. I'd have to actually, flatten it. Yeah, plenty of others, as I say. Plenty of others to take a look at. Another IPO, guys. PBBK. I don't think I had that one. Let me see if this, that did not show up as a, let me just see what it, did not show up on my IPO calendar, I don't think. Let me just make sure though. Yeah, starting to see more and more like this. Shares that are not showing up on my IPO, or stocks that are not showing up on my IPO calendar. Can somebody verify that this is actually an IPO? Yeah, I do see this. 1250. But for some reason, unless I'm just not seeing it, it is not showing up as an IPO here. Interesting. Let me go back and see if it was. Might have to go to another website for my IPOs. That's a few of them that I'm missing. Not that I really want to trade IPOs the day of necessarily, but I will stick an alert up here at 13. It opened, it was 1250. But what I'd like to know is how many shares. No, something happened here, guys. I don't know how that turned into a short. I must have clicked it twice. Let me just get rid of all that. Okay, CIDM was very active. It's actually an earnings play, very small earnings play, of course, CIDM. Excuse me. But again, I look at this, I just see too much resistance. You know, right around the 140 mark, right around this mark here, 150. I just see too much resistance, so it's just not that interesting, even though it's on my watch list. I put it there just in case it did something crazy. Problem is, look at the float, 128 million in the float. So for it to do something crazy, it would have to have a far lower float. Well, this is the sort of day it's been, guys. Look at this. There's only one alert from the option scanner. Now, we don't typically get too many, but, you know, one is obviously not a lot. What this is doing, I should go over this just a little bit. For those of you who like to trade options, I mean, I'm not, what this is doing, it's just finding stocks that are having abnormal option activity, okay? So we do have these, so I'm not trading the options. I'm going to trade the stock. But these are the option filters that we do have. So we have the put-call ratio, option volume, that's the average over the last 10 days. Option volume today, obvious, put and call volume today. And this is kind of the key filter, option volume today percent. So for instance, in this, oops, well, what I was showing you before, if I add this filter and I say put 200 or 300%, that means the stock has to be trading at least, if I put 200%, 200% or twice what it has normally done over the last 10 days, as an example. Okay? So there are some who have told me, I trade options, and using the option filters here, at least it helps me zero in on stocks which might have interest, might be an interesting option trade. Okay? So, I can't verify that because I don't trade options, but I've had enough people tell me that who use trade ideas, who trade options, who use those filters, and it does help. All right, guys, I see starting to move here. Shook off that financing at 9:01 a couple of days ago, right here. Ah, welcome. I cannot pronounce your name. Amathia? How's that? Amathia? Welcome, if you can hear me. Somebody in our YouTube room. Not a bad pronunciation? All right, guys. Again, it's very slow right now for me. Choppy day. I mean, look at the SPY again. SPY was a gap down pre-market. Opening candle. Rally. Big candle down. Now trying to rally again. So, I mean, it's been a choppy day. Well, the TCAT is still strong here. I'm sorry. This is an old alert I'm looking at. 11:02 when it hit up here. Ah, there were shares. Sugar. Grant, I don't know. I mean, what we're in July, right? There's possibly we're going to have another promo this month when we get the new beta into production, to the production version. We might announce it, and we might have a promo. I don't know if it's going to be 25% though. I don't know when the next U.S. holiday is. Is there one in August? No, we will be having we'll definitely have something in August. because we're starting our test drive again August 9th to the 20th. So that is it. Wow, that's a long, at least in Canada, they try to have a holiday at least one a month. So there is one the first Monday of August for most Canadians. It's a long way to go from July 4th to Labor Day. Wow, without a holiday. A real flash sale. All right, guys, icy on the move. You're going to hold over that 50 at 10 mark. Yeah, no, it looks like we're going to be upsizing them, believe it or not. Maybe every couple of months. By the way, what I want to do is, I think probably I'll have something later on today, but right now, let me just explain what the test drive is. You can sign up. Okay, so I put the test drive link in. So all you're doing here, if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. No, that's not what you're going to see. Really? Just a minute. That is a broken link then, if that's the case. Try one more time. Oh, I forgot. Crazy. Here we go. Sorry about that. That was the link for the test drive in May. Ay. Sorry guys, I'm butchering this. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Let me see if I can delete these. There we go, delete that. Okay, so I popped this test drive link in here, okay? So what this is going to do, if you click on the link, first name and email, sign up. Okay, you're not signing up for the test drive. Basically what this is doing is going to alert you to when it is. I'm almost sure it's going to be August the 9th, but it'll show you how you can sign up for it, all right? So that's all that's doing. So if you're interested in taking the test drive, and basically what it does is it gives you access to our full premium service for 10 trading days. That'll be August 9th to August 20th. We've got a big price increase on it. It'll be, for whatever reason, I think it's some kind of numerology thing, but it'll be $11.11, okay? And that'll give you access to our full premium service for those 2 weeks. So all you're doing here is you'll just get a notification about when it really will start and how to sign up for it. So you won't miss it, okay? And yes, I do share my personal scanner settings. Just a moment here, I'll just pop my homepage link. Okay, so in YouTube room, so if you click on my link where it says my Barry's homepage, this is what you're going to see. I'll just do it again. No, this is what you'll see, okay? When you click on my homepage link, somebody asked in the YouTube room for my settings. And so here is the scan section right here. So if you click here, here's my layout that I'm sharing. That's what you see. And a lot of other individual scans that I'm sharing. Okay? And if you're new, I would really recommend, if you haven't done this already, that you take a look here, click here, and click here, and take the 20 lessons, okay? It will not take you 20 days, but it goes over all of the basic features. You know, like creating a top list, excuse me, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc., okay? All right, I think Pico just opened. So 17 million at $28. Here are some of the major Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs behind this one. Pico just opened, PECO. What did I say, $27? Sorry, $28. So it's right at the price. So not a heck of a lot of enthusiasm to start. No. Just for the test drive. For the test drive. The price is going up for the test drive. From $8.89 to $11.11. Well, let's see. I know Zach can't hear me, but let's see on the IC. Here's another one, guys. We're going to have a ton tomorrow. There are so many IPOs tomorrow. So here's another one. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, 20 million at 15. Okay, so this is a little bit better. I mean, you know, it's a little more enthusiasm. IPO was priced at 15. Okay, so Majid, this is what you do. And we had a question about does Trade Ideas have MACD or ISI? Okay. If you're ever wondering about what we might have, if you right click on an alert window, configure, and search. Okay. Now type in MACD. This is what we have. Okay. This is all we have. So if you're looking for something else, this is all we've got. As an example, you type in RSI. This is what we have. Okay? So if you're ever wondering if we have anything, do we have Ichimoku? No, we don't. Okay, I'm starting to type in it. We don't, as an example. That's all we've got, Majid. Okay, that's all we've got. So you're looking for, divergence. I mean, this is all we've got. Now, if by divergence do you mean, for instance, something with a high RSI moving down? Or a low RSI moving up? I mean, because you can create an alert for something like that, if that's what you're talking about in terms of divergence. All right, guys, it is getting close. It's 11:42. I just want to see who is going to be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Jamie. Yeah, he's just notifying me. So it is Jamie today. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the YouTube link in. I'll be taking my break at noon. And so when I'm on my break, if you want to head over to YouTube and listen to Jamie for an hour, here is the link. You mean ARL, not ARVL. I think you mean that. ARL is halted. And how many in the float? Oh boy, this is, again, we've got 925,000, which is insanely low. I mean, again, that's what our provider is telling us. I mean, whatever it is, it's going to be very, very low. Now, the issue would be maybe, 1738. Let's see what it's projected to open at. Yeah, right now it's hard to know. 1586, 1614. So, sure. So Saeed asked how to create alerts for IPOs. So this is the IPO calendar that I use, okay? I mean, there are others out there, and I'm noticing, a couple are for whatever reason, the earlier one, Pico or whatever, wasn't on here. But let's just assume, I mean, it seems to have most of them. So here is what I use, all right? So I go to my IPO calendar. And so here's the link I use. Now again, if you want to use another website to find IPOs, of course you can do that. Let me just put this here. Okay, so I take a look at them, and now I've already got this one, I think is already up and running, but this is what I do. And you can, do this on the weekend. Because you'll see all the upcoming IPOs for the following week, and you can just go through them. You don't have to put them all. But so let's take a look at FXLV. Let me look at one that hasn't opened yet. RPID, I don't think is open yet. Okay, so RPID. So this is what I did. I put RPID. Don't think it's opened yet. No, see, so hasn't opened yet, but I've already done this. But let's pretend that I hadn't done it. Right click, create a price alert, put $1. Okay, save it. Now, what I also have been doing in the notes section, I'll put the major guys. So I'll put JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. So I kind of know who's behind it. I'll put how many shares. This is in the notes section. So, JPM, Morgan Stanley. I'll put how many, it's disappeared, but let me just find it. Okay. I will put how many shares? 7.9 at $20. So it gives me, my having to consult it again, and then I just save it. When it starts to trade, it'll pop up my price alerts. Where are you? See, it's down here at the bottom here, right there. Now I had already done that. I'm pretty sure up here somewhere. But if I didn't, I mean, not now it's right there. Okay, so that when it starts to trade, It'll pop up on my screen. This is my price alerts window. I have it sorted on the last one, triggered. So I'll see it right at the top. It'll pop up because I minimized it. I've minimized the window. So when it starts to trade, it'll pop up. I can put a sound alert on it. I do that because, you know, sometimes I'll wander away from my computer and I've got a wireless headset. So if I hear that unique sound that I use for my price alerts, I can come roaring back in and seeing what's and check what the IPO is, or check to see what price alert I've got. Okay? So what I would do, for instance, this is what I'm going to do for next week. I'll check my IPO calendar. Look at all the IPOs tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I should have. So the 16th. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 IPOs tomorrow. Huge day for IPOs. I can't answer that, NPS. You know, sometimes, most of the time they do appear, but I can't answer why they don't all. So next week, so this is the exercise I'll go through on Saturday or Sunday. I'll start putting these IPOs in, going through that exact same exercise I just showed you. Well, that IC is just starting to play around again. As Zach said, I mean, holding 10 will be awesome. But as Real is pointing out, this could turn into a short down to those levels, but we'll see. Okay, guys, getting close to my break. Confirm that Jamie will be in the YouTube room at noon or a little bit before. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just give me a couple of minutes. I will be back. All right, guys. Actually, to more answer your question, NPS, is why do they ever appear at all? NPS asked, like, why do IPOs sometimes appear here? Well, this was just one of those crazy things that in our halts resumes, IPOs would appear as a resume. So there's Pico as an example. Okay, I guess the PP. Here's another one, PBBK as an example. Sarah earlier as an example. But are they all there? No, but I think more is why are they there at all? Is Sarah halted? I don't think so. It may not be trading that much, but I don't think it's halted. I don't see a halt on it. No, it's just not trading much. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just waiting for Jamie. I'm sorry, I was just looking at some thumbnail charts I've got. Well, Badiana, again, you know, the SGOC, I mean, I don't know if you had a stop in place, but, you know, it's a tough one. There's no question. It's very, very risky. Yeah, that ARL. Let's take a look at ARL. Okay, now it's on the way down. Okay. Okay, so what you have to do very quickly, because I will be taking my break silent, is that you start off like this with a new docked window, okay? You start off with, and you give it, well, unfortunately, it showed up on my other monitor. You give it a name. I'm going to call it test. Okay. So here's a docked window. Now, if you've got some free-floating windows, then you just basically, you right-click. See if I don't have any free-floating windows. Let me just quickly get one. Okay, so here is a window, right? Now, what you do is you right-click and you duplicate into test. You know, you put it, now obviously I've got some other docked windows, and that's why you name them. So I duplicate it into test, and there it is. All right. Then I'll show you very quickly. I'm going to load another Momo, another free right here. Okay. I duplicated into test. So now it's here. Now here's where the fun begins. Now you can start to, you see, you grab it. So if I want to put it below, you know, see this icon? I could put it below. I could put it beside. Okay, but I'll put it below. And this is how you kind of start. You know, now, it's challenge on the column widths and all that, but, you know, it can be done. But you could just keep adding. So the trick is all your free floating windows, just right click and then duplicate it into the docked window that you've named. Okay? So it's not a matter of dragging them in, but you basically just duplicate it into the window that you want. And then the tabs will start to appear up here. And then you can start to move them around, position them where you want. Okay? Well, the channel bar is completely different. You know, that's just new dock channel bar. That's completely different. There's nothing for you to do. Just click on that link that says new dock channel bar, and here they are. Okay? I think Jamie is ready. Okay, he's streaming now. Okay, guys, so I'm going to take my break. I'll come back to that after my break if you're still not confused, but you need more information, okay? I'll come back to that after my break. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop streaming. Thanks.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Jamie. I'll be your host for the next hour. I do believe everybody can see and hear me okay. If someone could just use the chat panel and say, hi, I can see and hear you, be much appreciated. And we'll kind of continue with where Barry left off. I'll showcase the container functionality, which is in the latest beta release. Hello, okay, thanks Aya, thank you Michael, thank you Little Trader, Mayed, thank you very much. Okay, we're good to go. Alright, so Barry was showing everybody the container functionality before I took the reins here. So I just kind of want to point everybody in the direction. This is the latest beta version that we've made available to you guys. So if we just navigate to the Trade Ideas homepage and we just click on download software, we'll just scroll down a little bit. Of course, this is first version is always going to be the production version, but if we scroll down just a little bit more, you can see right here. Here is the latest beta, which is the 5.5.15 version. That is also the version that I'm on right now. So this is the version that gives you guys access to the container functionality. Been waiting a long time, but it is now ready for you guys to start using. So what you see right here is my old school desktop where all these windows are free floating. But I'm just going to kind of walk through that process that Barry was going through before I took the reins here. If we just click on new, there's a couple of different ways to go about this process. One of the problems with the old channel bar functionality is as soon as I clicked on a channel here, well, there goes my layout, right? Can't have multiple channels up. If I click on another one, that one's going to disappear, that one's going to load up, but not anymore. So what I'm going to do here is I will use the old way to get my layout back here. And then what I'll do is I'll just come over here to new. And Michael, I see your question there. Of course, the developers are always going to tell us to uninstall the old version and then install the new version. I've always had pretty good luck with just installing the new version on top. So, kind of whichever way you want to take that process. I just typically install the old version right over the top and don't have any problems. Of course, depending on your system, sometimes, just depends on your system and how updated it is and all that good stuff.
Order cancelled.
Okay, so let's say I want to be in an environment where I can look at multiple channels, right? I would click new. I would come up to the docked channel bar. And we get this nice blue screen here with the channel bar. And then, for example, let's just go to the sector watcher here, sector status. Boom, now I've got this channel up. So I can have multiple containers if that's what I want to do. So if I wanted to have this guy up, and we can notice that when we resize it, it should properly compress all the windows, right? As we can see right here. And then I could repeat that process. So now if I wanted to, I could have multiple channels up at the same time. Say one on strength alerts. Now I've got two different containers, one with strength alerts and one with the sector. So now we have free floating channels, free floating layouts. Of course, that is the way to get access to the channels and have multiple channels, and depending on how much screen space you have, who knows how many channels you could pack in there. But that alleviates the problem that we had before where you click on a channel, it goes away. You don't have to worry about pinning windows, and we all kind of know the pitfalls of pinning windows. We forget that we pin them, we keep saving them. Next thing you know, we've got 28 windows, 28 alert windows, 28 top list windows, all that good stuff. So the container mechanism helps us get around that. And then if we want to create our own layout, we can do the same thing. I could come up here. Let's say I don't want to go necessarily the channel route. Okay, I could start to import windows into a new container, and we could do that one of two ways. We could open the container window first, or if we just go down to an existing alert window, I could right click here and say duplicate this window into a new docked window, and boom, I get the new docked window up and running. And notice that one window that I imported into the dock is taking up the whole screen. But let's say I want to continue the process, and now we're going to add this guy. Duplicate him, oops, into the existing. I hit the wrong one there. Okay, so this one, right? Now when I do that one, and by the way, that was just right click, duplicate into Trade Ideas Pro Dock New. So then it adds that window to the one I already had, but by default it's going to be in these tabs. All right, if I want to start rearranging this window, I could just drag this and tell it where I wanted it. Do I want to go top bottom, or do I want to go side to side? Let's try that. Okay, so now we have the two windows separated. Okay, so you can do it one at a time, or you can just copy multiple windows in simultaneously and then do the rearranging. So for example, let's say when I add my charts, I would do the same process, new, into the new window, and then we're going to go ahead and throw in my indice window as well, and might as well go ahead and grab the AI trades plotter as well, pack it in there too, and now we can do the rearranging. Okay, so let's see here, my AI window, let's do the chart first. Let's see, I got the 15 minutes. We're just going to drag him to the top there. All right, so now I got my chart up there. What about the daily? I want to add him too. Now we'll put him over here on the top. And now you can see I'm slowly starting to recreate my free-floating windows here into a nice tight little container mechanism. Alright, so we still got the AI trades in here to squeeze in somewhere. So I tell you what. Okay, that looks like a decent fit. Now this guy over here, tell you what, we want to consolidate these guys. Have one guy here, one guy there. And then of course we can resize our columns once we move these guys around. We've gotten it down pretty good where it doesn't, the column width you might have to adjust a little bit, but these are just the small details. Alright, so let's see, I did have my indice window in here, I thought. That was my first daily chart, so we'll get rid of him. Sorry guys, hopefully you can't hear the of course, right as I sit down for the support session, the lawn people come, so hopefully that hopefully my noise canceling mic is getting the machinery sound out of everyone's ears there. Alright, so we're going to add this guy too. There he is. Let's see if we can just squeeze him right in the middle there. Okay, not exactly what I was going for there, but we can easily grab that border. If we want this guy to be a little bit smaller, and just tug it down like so. That way we can keep our eyes on the major tracking ETFs if that's what we want to do. Well, hey, Mike. What's going on there, buddy? Another day in the salt mines. Okay, very good. No loud noises. So these are the basic ways that we can manipulate the container functionality as it sits right now. And once again, depending on how much screen space you have, it's just real easy to push this guy over to the side, making it a lot more feasible to have pre-market layouts, middle of the day layouts, maybe your opening 30-minute layout where you need a little bit shorter time frame on the intraday chart, but just makes things a lot more manageable, for lack of a better word here. So does anybody have any questions about the container mechanism, how to spawn that dock channel bar so you can view multiple channels simultaneously, or in creating your own docked windows? Pretty straightforward. Let me know if I need to go into detail about any of that functionality. In the meantime, just kind of a lackadaisical down day in the market. If we check out the SPY here, notice what we have going on here. Took a little breather right down to the 10 period and bounced off of it as the market continues to hover at lows here. So will it get some traction? Will we maintain this little level right here? Certainly looks like it right now. Looking at the major tracking ETFs, we can see volume in the 5 and the 10-minute period on SPY. We're a little bit above normal, about 26% above normal on the 5-minute, but this volume has started to wane since the open, and we're only at a little above normal on the relative scale by about 11%, roughly speaking. Just checking out the questions that came in. Yes, correct, Mike. Except now we use the little, it's fly season now, so we use the bug assault. You've probably seen the commercial, the little rifle that shoots the salt. That's excellent for fly hunting. Cooper has a question. What's the best and most recent video about the AI feature? Well, that's a good question. I couldn't necessarily tell you off the top of my head what is the latest and the best, but what I can tell you is it's real easy. Let me get my pointer over here to go check out all the videos from our YouTube channel, and I'll show you how to get there. Okay, so here I'm at YouTube. I'm on the Trade Ideas channel here, and if I just type in, let's see, that's not the right search. Got to go into the TI channel here, AI. All right, we can see right here, Holly AI overview. Lots of AI videos are going to start popping up. Okay, but if you have any specific questions about the AI, I'd be happy to address those right now in real time for you. So if you got questions about the AI, just go ahead and lay them on me right now. If you're new, if you're just seeing the AI functionality for the first time, or you need kind of a little breakdown of what we're seeing here, well, we've got two panels to focus on with the AI. Let me drag my strategies panel down here. So down below here, we've got the strategies panel. Up top here, as you can see right here, all trades blotter. These are all of the trades or all of the signals that the AI has produced for today's session. And we can just click over here on entry time and sort, and we can see this is how they came out. So TMDX was the first one out of the chute, about 5 minutes and 5 seconds into the open, and we can see all the other entry times as well. Now, you will notice that we've got different risk modes, okay? Different columns here showing different values. Now, first and foremost, all of the values right here that you see, whether it's a profit or a loss, are all predicated on risking currently. If I go to tools and options, and I go to AI trade size, I'm just saying, hey, let's risk 50 bucks on every trade. And so that's what these numbers are reflective of right here. Obviously a stop was hit in TMDX. All right, just waiting for my chart to change there. And we can see right here, nice short. We did get into the money briefly, But boy, look at that wick. And then before you know it, in the same 15-minute candle, we are, excuse me, TMDX was a buy, excuse me. I saw something different there. Buy up here. We were in the money briefly up here, but before you know it, in the same 15-minute candle, came down here and snapped the stop loss and did head lower. But that was a long trade. We can see here all the other 4 signals today have been short sells, which seem to be the things that are working today. No big surprise since we're a little weak in the market, getting a little bit of a downdraft. But notice all the values here. Currently, in conservative mode, there has not been an exit for INMB here. The trade is still open. How do I know that? Because there's nothing in the exit column here. If the trade has been closed, the system is going to give you the reason why the trade has been closed out. Now, once again, if you're new to the AI, notice how many strategies made the cut for trading today. So we got, let's just sort them by longs and shorts here. We've got a majority of short strategies making the cut on a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So out of all the strategies that the AI analyzes on a nightly basis, which it's always shrinking and growing a little bit, but let's just say on average about 35 core strategies in there, only these made the cut after all of the analysis and optimization that the AI does after the market closes each day. Now notice, just because they show up doesn't necessarily mean they're going to issue a signal, because all of the factors, the filters, the alerts have to fire. So we can see out of the group that has made the cut for today, only 1, 2, 4 strategies have issued signals, and we can see how many signals for each respective strategy have occurred by the trades today column. So Michael, to your question, do you choose whether or not you wish to trade the signals? Yes, obviously there's two ways we can go about interacting with the AI. If we have a respective trading platform open, we can approach this just from the manual perspective. When the AI issues a signal, we're going to pull it up. Now, right off the bat here, the advantage of the AI is all of these signals have statistical weight behind them. Okay, so just as we can see the win percentages coming into the session for today down here, that's a good start. But just because we have statistical viability on our side doesn't necessarily mean that we know which strategies might perform according to what we expect, come in at proper expectations. Well, we also don't know what strategy that comes in with a really nice win percentage coming into the session, it might underperform. And then on the other side of the coin, we always have the chance of overperforming. So we do have just a few trades to look at today, but Bond Shorty, coming in at the top of the heap as far as statistical viability today, has issued 2 trades and only 1 has worked. So it's underperforming today, coming in at 50% when expectations were at 72. This guy right here, breakout long, only 1 trade, it lost, so it's at 0% today. So we could say it's underperforming on 1 trade. And then downward momentum and pullback short came in with decent odds. They both kicked out 1 trade and they were winners. So these are overperforming. But of course, we're only looking at 1 trade there. Now, choosing which trades to trade, right? From a human interacting with the machine perspective. If you like what's going on, we got the statistical viability on our side. If you like what's going on with the chart, then yes, we can take that trade and just use the AI as just another high quality information stream as we would any alert window or top list window. And we also have the option to automate AI entries as well. So you can pick and choose. Do you want to go manual? Do you want to go automatic? Or, a lot of people develop an affinity for a certain strategy. So, looking at the strategy complement for today, after the market closes today and we bring in all of today's tick data and let the AI go to town on its core strategies, we might see some of these same strategies show up. However, they will have been modified slightly from their prior form. So if we see bond shorty show up tomorrow, the core filters are going to be the same, but the AI probably changed something up if it made the cut after all the analysis is run. So even if we see the same strategy show up tomorrow, more than likely it's been changed slightly. So some people, every time a certain strategy shows up, they're like, okay, I really like this strategy. I'll probably be taking some trades. So there's lots of different ways to interact with the AI, from a manual perspective, from an automated perspective. But yes, you can select which trades that you would like to take. And, if I come up here and say, you know what, I only want to see these respective strategies, right? We could do it like that as well. So you can pick and choose which strategies you want to display up here from the drop-down menu. Good deal, Cooper. Glad you're getting something out of it. I got off on a tangent there, but notice this little window right down here, okay? And notice how it says moderate profit. Now, I could cycle through this menu here because we have aggressive, we have conservative, and we have moderate. And you'll see different values for each risk mode. So to kind of sum it up here, conservative profit. Notice the conservative profit column right here. These are all the trades and what the AI has booked or closed out. Obviously, these two trades are still open here because there's no exit reason, in which case the AI is going to try to hold them until shortly before the close, as we can see from the time stop column over here. 15 minutes before the close, 10 minutes before the close. For these strategies, it's right at the close, right? So in conservative mode, there are 5 reasons why the AI could close a trade out, and it's always going to tell us in the exit column. Obviously, TMDX was stopped out. There you go. Three primary reasons. Stop loss was hit, profit target was hit, or the timed hold expired. Now, some recent modifications, we've changed the hold times up to be the majority of the day. But before that, we had some strategies that had 2-hour hold times, 1-hour hold times. So during the day, we'd see a lot more timed holds in here. Now we don't see them so much. So profit target, timed hold, or stop loss. Those are the 3 primary reasons the AI could close a trade. And then we also have what I like to refer to as audibles, right? Profit save, which we have 2 of today. And we also have a reduce risk. Profit save is typically going to kick in if we pull up the CLNN here and just take a look at the daily action on the 15-minute candles here. We can see the AI made the entry right here in this candle at 1171. Hey, just what we hope a trade does. Put our short on here, stop loss is up here, never really flinches, and just heads down like a good stock should. So we get a little immediate gratification. We get the move down here. Notice the difference between what we're seeing for CLNN in conservative profit and what it is currently had we not closed it out, which is what moderate as well as aggressive profit is showing us, right? This shaded area right here is also going to correspond with that exit in the profit save mode. So in essence, we got a little down move and then the thing retraced a little bit. AI got a little nervous here and goes, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and book my profit, close the trade. So risking 50 bucks, not bad, but not even 1R if we were risking 50 bucks, booking 36 here. So if we liked what was happening and we saw the AI exit, we don't necessarily have to go with that conservative exit. We can be like, hey, it's working so far. I'm going to take on more risk and see if I can make more money in this one. In which case, you'd be not quite at a 4x, a little above a 3x on the 36 here, currently showing a profit of 112 on a $50 risk, a little over 2R. Okay, so 5 reasons why the AI will exit in conservative: profit target, stop loss, timed hold, or profit save or reduce risk, which we don't have any reduced risk examples today. But the shaded area up here is always going to correspond with the AI's conservative profit time spent in the trade if it closes it out prematurely. So 5 reasons here, whereas moderate risk is pretty simple. It puts in a stop loss. If the stop loss gets hit, as we did in TMDX, well, trade is closed, on to the next. But as in the case with INMD and NIU in moderate mode here, stop loss is in effect. Stop loss has not been hit since the timed hold is pretty close to the open. We're still seeing the trades open. And moderate profit and conservative are going to be equal because nothing has been closed out. But moderate profit just puts that stop loss in play, and if the stop doesn't get triggered, then it's a hold until the timed hold expires towards the end of the market session. All right, just soaking up your question here, Michael, about automation. If I'm automatic, I'm guessing placed using leverage. Can one set up auto using options instead of leverage? Well, yes, if you're automating the AI, you are going to need an account that is not subject to the pattern day trading rule, because you're going to be making frequent trades and closing them out. And we all know, or maybe hopefully everybody knows, that you can't really do that unless you have an account above 25K. The balance has to stay above 25K. Then you can make as many trades as you want on an intraday basis. But if you don't, you're limited to approximately 3 in a 5-day period. So yes, you would need a day trading account to automate the AI on a daily basis. Now, the question about can we do it with options? Well, that's a great concept. Now, sure, you might see a play come up that's a larger cap stock, and you could play the options instead of hitting the equity. But from an automated standpoint, there's no way to, well, I guess the best way to describe that is that's a cool idea, but the functionality does not exist as far as doing that with options. But in theory, it sounds pretty cool, assuming that the stock has options on it to begin with. But at current time, there is no way to automate or mimic the equity activity in the AI in an automated system using options. But that would be really cool. But that would be, well, I'm not a coder, but it sounds like it would be a pretty complex project. Okay, does the AI take positions at the beginning of the day? Does it allow for intraday trading? Yes, and once again, these are all of the signals that have been produced today. So it's kind of a light day, which is not surprising. Kind of been like this since we've kind of slowed down in the middle of July here. So thus far today, we've only had 5 signals. Now, the AI signals and the statistical viability that we see here is all generated around an intraday time frame. Okay, that's what the AI is. Now, having said that, you may stumble onto something that the AI has kicked out that might look interesting from a swing trade perspective. Hey, we've got 5 signals here. If we just kind of peruse the longer term daily, do any of them look interesting? That might be good for a swing. Sometimes there are good swing candidates that show up. Other times not. But back to your point, Cooper, all of these signals are geared towards intraday trading. When will Thinkorswim be able to operate directly from the TI window like IB and E-Trade? Right, Mike, you're talking about Brokerage Plus here. All right. We currently connect to E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. The Ameritrade or the Thinkorswim version, it is in development. But I'm not really sure how far along it is. I would hate to even throw a guess out there as to when the the Thinkorswim version or Ameritrade version might be ready. The developers would probably skin me alive. As they like to say, it'll be ready when it's ready. So we just have to kind of wait and see on that one. Okay, the question is, how do you modify the trade while it's happening if you want to keep going and take over from the AI? Now, Michael, is that in an automated sense, or because if we're taking trades as they pop up, which we haven't had one. See, last one was 10:29, so it's been about an hour since the AI spit anything out. But let's say a new signal pops in, I pull it up, I make a manual entry on it. Well, then we can set our own stop loss or control that trade in any capacity that we want to. But let's say, and I've got a couple of shorts live right here that were from the AI earlier. And if I go to my orders here and just click on live, you can see that I've got the appropriate time stops. 5 minutes, they're set to execute 5 minutes before the close if they don't get stopped out. But I've also got my regular stop losses in. And these were installed or put in place by the automation of the AI. But if all of a sudden I'm like, you know what, I just want to manage these trades independently, I don't even want any stop losses. I could just come over here and highlight all these guys and click cancel, and then boom, nobody's going to exit those trades except me. You know, even if the AI timed hold came up, if I cancel all the orders, boom, it's gone, and you know, I can do what I want to with these trades without any interference from the AI closing them out. And of course, since I'm running, if we go over to my AI strategies trading panel, and we've got our long and, oops, that is not what I'm looking for here. Did I accidentally close it? Okay, AI, just couldn't see my panel there. Notice when I come over here and right click, I can edit my long trading instructions and my short trading instructions. Because I'm in moderate mode, all it's doing is putting in the timed hold and the stop loss. But if I was in conservative mode, then it would also make the exits in the profit save and reduce risk categories as well. But once again, I could always take control by turning, canceling all the orders and turning the AI off if I was operating in conservative mode, and then those reduce risk and profit save would not initiate if I took the AI offline. So Michael, I hope that gets your question there. Michael, you're in the land down under. Do you do SPY options? Well, Mr. B, are you talking about me personally or trade ideas as a whole? Because I guess the answer would be no to both of those. You know, we've got a very limited assortment of options filters. If we just pop into the configure area of any alert window and I type in options, we do have a handful of options, 6 to be exact, options filters. Of course, we don't have the ability to trade options. We can just look at the options data. And when it comes to SPY options, I personally do not dabble in SPY options. Kind of our in-house resident options guru would be Sean. But even he, I don't think, dabbles too much in specifically the SPY options. He does a lot of spreads and stuff. Okay, does the auto trading mean the brokerage plus will enter and exit the same trades as Holly and no action is needed from me? That is correct. Okay. If we have automation active, then anytime you see a trade pop up in this window here and you've automated the AI, then you should see it, boom, pop up. A lot of the times it's instantaneous, depending on whether or not it's a fast-moving stock. But yes, that is what automation is. Now you're noticing here, you're like, hey, I see one, two, three, four short sells here on the AI trades plotter. But if you're automating Holly, I only see two, NIU and APA. What about TMDX? Well, we can see here that was a stop out. So if I unclick hide zero positions, you can see right here I was in TMDX, but it got stopped out. I click on hide zero positions just so I don't have to look, but if I wanted that open, I could just go like that. But we're still missing. What about IMDB and CLNN? This one appears to be open. NIU's open. So if I come over to orders, and of course this is the E-Trade environment, so keep this in mind. And this is something I always like to point out when people are considering, hey, I think I might try to engage in a little auto trading here. If I say all statuses here, well, look what we have here. INMB, which is currently, it's not a huge winner, but it's working nonetheless. We're up over 1R on a risk of 50. We're up 60. Nice, beautiful, short, working out. But notice what I got when I tried to short sell it. It's in purple. It's hard to borrow, okay? So this is one of the factors that comes into play when you're automating strategies, especially short ones, right? You might not be able to sell that stock because it's hard to borrow at your broker-dealer. That was the case with INMB today. It was also the case with CLNN, hard to borrow. CLNN, nice winner. INMB, decent winner too, but could not make the short sell because of the hard to borrow functionality. So these are things that you can't necessarily factor into a back test, whether it be Holly AI or something that we generate on our own. That's one of the things about auto trading, right? Can we even put the order out? In the case of these two stocks today, we were not allowed to because they were hard to borrow. And of course, they both turned out to be winners. Now, there's another side to that coin. Sometimes it's hard to borrow, and that stock turns out to be a loser. So in that case, it benefited you. Sometimes it's going to benefit. Sometimes it's going to detract from performance. So we just have to be prepared to kind of take the average over a time or over a period of time, 10 trading days, 20 trading days, and keep tabs on those metrics. So that's one reason why you might not be able to get into a position if you do automate the AI. Now that's on the short side. What about on the long side? Can we guarantee that we always get filled? Well, if we take market orders all the time, sure. But the slippage and the difference between what the AI is marking is its price over here and where we actually get filled, probably going to jump, okay? So for example, on Apache today, the AI, when that alert came out, notice this figure right here. Where'd my pen go? There we go. Well, tell you what, my Epic Pen's been acting weird here lately. I guess I better update it. Okay, so when we talk about things that can impact auto trading, obviously not being able to get that short fill because of hard to borrow is a big one. But also too, sometimes a stock might be fast moving. So slippage is pretty minimal on these two entries right here because the AI, as soon as that alert came out, it marked its price at $18.94. And if we look at my fill in real time, $18.93. So I only took 1 penny of slippage on the Apache short here. 1 penny, obviously the higher the better on a short sell. So I only took a penny of slippage on that one. If we look at NIU, 2960, 2960. So zero slippage on NIU. So not bad at all right there between two trades. 1 penny of slippage, all coming from the Apache. Believe it or not, because the stocks move around and the algos jerk them around so fast these days, every once in a while you will get positive slippage. You'll get a better price than the AI. So the slippage works both ways as well. But you can imagine, what if it's a much busier day? You'll have an assortment. Some things, depending on how aggressive your order entry is, sometimes you might take 9 or 10 cents of slippage. Other times, positive slippage, and then other times, very minimal. But it's really about the average overall. Okay, so are the instructions from a preset or user generated? Okay, I'm assuming you're referring to the AI, and I'll just kind of circle back around to what I was discussing earlier. All right, this is the strategy panel that made the cut after the market closed yesterday. We uploaded all the tick data for every stock in the market, and then once that is done, then the AI can get to work by back testing all of its strategies with the new tick data from the new day, and the last one kicked out of the historical time frame. And what do I mean by that? Well, if we go to back test a strategy, and then I cruise over here to advanced, and we set up number of days to back test, anywhere from 1 day all the way up to the max of 64 trading days. So 64 trading days, slightly over 3 months on the calendar, right? And that is the maximum backtest period. This is also the maximum for the history that we keep. So when the market closes today, we're going to import all the tick data for every stock, upload that to the database, and the oldest day we're going to kick out. So we're going to keep that running 64-day average. And then once today's data is updated, then the AI will start backtesting and optimizing its core of strategies and trying to improve upon them. And what we've done is we've devised a proprietary scoring system. So once all the calculations are done for today on those 35 to 40 core AI strategies, the only ones that are going to make the cut are the ones that made the minimum score, okay, on our scoring system. So after last night's analysis, only these strategies met the minimum score. That's why they showed up for today. And of course, it's been pretty light today with only 5 signals out of the core strategies, and over half of these guys have not generated any signals. So that's what dictates, that is the pool that is created where the next day's signals will emerge. Okay, so how do we know how many trades each signal has? Right, so I'm assuming that maybe a signal, when you say a signal, it's a strategy, okay? Because the strategy produces the signal, right? We're calling the plays here, the trades. Let's just say that trades is synonymous with signals, okay? Yeah, so this guy's only kicked out 2. All the other ones have kicked out 1. Now the day is not over. So there is a chance that one of these strategies might fire again. So, who knows? By the end of the day, pull back short might issue another trade. Any of these strategies could, fire off a signal if the filter set and the alert are met. So we might have more signals today. We might not have any more signals today. We just have to kind of wait and see. Okay, question is, how can I identify the shortable stock fees? Well, in my head, if it's shortable right off the bat, I'm pretty certain there are no additional fees, but if it's hard to borrow, a lot of firms, a little message will pop up and go, hey, when you try to short a stock, the message will pop up and say, hey, this is hard to borrow. We can make it available to you for a fee. Okay. I know Tasty Trade does this. And boy, sometimes those fees, you're like, what in the world? I got to make a lot of money on this trade just to get that special shorting fee covered up there. If that's what you mean, each broker dealer is going to have its own policies, right? I'm not sure if E-Trade even has the option. So far, I have not been able to find it where, just like on these trades earlier, I just get rejected. I don't get a little box that pops up and go, hey, we can't let you short this, but it's going to cost X amount of dollars per share. Okay, that happens in the Tasty Trade environment, and I'm not really sure about IB or Ameritrade how they handle that as well. I do know that I've had friends that trade a lot in the proprietary shops and use the other execution softwares that are out there for prop traders, and they can see right off the bat, okay, this is hard to borrow. But I can make, I do have access to 2,000 shares to short if I want to pay a penny a share. So it's really different from each broker to each broker what their hard to borrow policies are, and can they make hard to borrow stocks available to you quickly for an additional fee. That's all going to be broker dealer centric. Is there a way to maximize a chart window when it is docked? Where'd my docked window go here? Let's see. Okay, so I'll just pull that docked window back over here. And you're referring to, okay, I don't have a way to quickly maximize this. All I got up here is the X. So double clicking doesn't really do anything here. Let me see on my free floating right quick here. Properties, small borders. So, what you're wanting to do is basically this, right? But in a container window, right? Well, here's my container. Let's see if the same thing holds true here. Notice, okay. All right, so just to show you what I did there, I couldn't see my little minimize, maximize icon appear in my free floatings, and then I went to properties and said, get rid of the small borders. So I thought to myself, hey, that might be the fix in the containered chart as well. So I right click, I go to properties, take it off small border, and look, it just moves it around. It doesn't hog up the entire container. So I guess that's a soft no for now. Huh. This has to accidentally pull that guy out. And I guess to reinsert, you might have to come back here, do that. And there we have it. So I'd have to drag it back over, put him back down there. Yeah, so it's not doing that. Who asked that question? Paul. So you see what I'm getting at there, Paul? Okay, the question is, can you please show us how one would set up their own strategy to be executed automatically? Okay, so a non-AI strategy, if we developed a good strategy window that we wanted to automate, we could do that. Okay, so I'll tell you what, I'm just going to pick this at random. New T high. This is already saved to my cloud, but we could always just to get it to pop up on the top when I do this. All right, so currently, we can execute the AI strategies. But if I want to execute my own customized strategy that I created, we would click on the Strategies tab here. Now, once I come over here, I would have to load that strategy up. So I would say Load from Cloud. Here's the one I just saved up top, new T high. So I'm like, okay, I want to load this guy in. I click Load. And I have some options here. Add to existing. Now that strategy is here. It showed up. So now all I would have to do for this user configured strategy for automation is set up the trading instructions. We right click and we hit Edit Trading Strategy. Now we get the panel to pop up, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different tabs of functionality here. First will be configuration. Is this long or short? Check the appropriate direction. You would then need to attach an account to that strategy. And I do believe, yeah, I'm in privacy mode, so I don't have to worry. I would hit Edit. I would select an account from the drop-down menu. Make sure we save the account. A lot of people in the past have set up all their instructions but forgot to point the strategy to an account. Therefore, nothing happens. Sure enough, it was because they forgot to point the strategy to the proper account. So that's first and foremost. Direction and attach it to an account. And then we set up the entry time. Okay, let's wait 15 minutes before we start taking entries. If we want to take all entries that come through all day, then we would leave the slider out here to the close or slightly before. Got a couple of boxes to play around with down here. Okay, send orders for a symbol at most once per day for this strategy. Typically that's what I would do, because a symbol can repeat. An event, which is a strategy, can repeat itself. If a stock's hitting a high, well, every new penny is a new high, so you're going to have repeats come through that window. And if we don't have this checked, every time that symbol pops through, it would add more shares, or more dollar amount, or whatever you have the order entry set up for. So unless you want repetitive entries on the same symbol, you would want this box checked. Now sometimes we're going to be running multiple strategies. A strategy might duplicate a symbol that you're already in from another strategy. So if we don't want multiple strategies making multiple entries on the same symbol, then we would leave this box unchecked. Or if we wanted multiple entries on the same symbol from different strategies, we would check that box, send orders even when holdings exist. But that's by far and away what we would call advanced double black diamond in the ski world. So proceed with caution. We can throttle the strategy, stop after sending so many orders here, okay? And we could set that value right here. Now keep in mind, this is sending orders. It's not necessarily fills, right? Sometimes you might not get the fill. So this is orders. Order details over here. This is where we can select. Do we want to do fixed shares, fixed dollar amount, $5,000 a trade, 1,000 a trade, 100 shares a trade, 10 shares a trade, or based on stop loss, and let the position be sized automatically for you based on how much you want to risk per trade. Okay, so that's our position sizing right there. And then we have to select what type of order do we want to send out. We want to go limit, we want to go market, stop limit, stop. So when we're talking about opening orders, typically people are either going to use a limit or a market order. Now we were talking about slippage earlier. If we run markets, we're going to get a lot of fills. Now of course even a market order will not execute if the stock is hard to borrow. But theoretically, if we're saying, okay, on a long strategy, I should probably get filled on everything unless something weird happens. But slippage will be increased on a market order because sometimes stocks are a little spready. Stock with a 10-cent spread pops up, boom, you're just going to eat that spread right up. That's going to impact your slippage overall. But we will be in a lot of trades. Sometimes if we use a limit, if it's a fast-moving stock, by the time our order gets out, the stock's already moved past that limit, never comes back to fill. So therein lies another scenario where we might not get a fill even on a long trade, right? Stock moved too fast, order went out, never backed and filled. So what I typically like to do is a hybrid between market and a limit order, and that is a limit order with a rather aggressive delta, right? So typically what I roll with is a delta. Okay, and this is time and force right here. Good till day. I'm going to put my order out if it's going to stay out there for 10 minutes, right? If it doesn't fill in 10 minutes, it's going to cancel. Then down here in the limit offset, this is where I would adjust my delta value. So notice as I tick down here, we've got negative in the box. That means if I leave it at -9, and let's say stock XYZ gets triggered and it shows up on the Holly blotter at 10, 10 is the price where the AI marks the trade. That was the last price. Then my bid would go out here on a long trade at $10.09. And hopefully I would get filled, right? So if the signal came through at 10 and I have a -9-cent delta, then my bid would go out at 10.09. If the signal came out at 10 and I had a positive delta, or just like that, if the signal came out at 10, my order to buy would go out at 9.91. Okay, so that stock would have to back and fill. In essence, a positive value, look at it as going outside the spread, less aggressive. We throw the negative sign back in there, we're inside the bid and offer, more aggressive. So that's how we would set up a limit offset with a delta. Of course, risk management, this is where we can set up our profit targets and our stop losses. And if we do want to add a hold time, this is where we can do that and say, okay, whichever comes first, the stop loss, profit target, or a 60-minute hold time. And so once you get all those trade instructions set up, then you're good to go. Now notice these are all turned off. If you wanted that strategy to activate, which you would typically do before the start time, you would just click on it and then hit enable the strategy, and you would see the status turn to on. So Michael, I hope that was helpful in showing you how to not only get a user-created strategy into the strategy panel by loading it from the cloud, but then once you get it in there, right-click Edit to set up trading instructions. And just a little bit word to the wise here, ladies and gentlemen. There's a time and a place for auto trading, but before you ever stick a toe into the live arena in the auto trading sense, what you will want to do is put yourself through the paces first in simulated mode. Okay, simulate your automation ideas first. Make sure they're doing what you think they are going to do. Once you feel comfortable, that would be the only time that you would migrate that strategy to a live environment. Right, and Mahed, your question earlier, or that came in after Michael's, so how does shorting work for the AI if it's hard to borrow? Well, you either get filled or you don't. As the example states right here, in a live environment, I was rejected in the E-Trade environment on INMB and CLNN. I was not able to execute those short sells. Now, there's a reason for that being the market cap. These are small cap stocks. If we look at INMB here, market cap of 340 million. If we look at CLNN, even smaller, 35 million. That's why, that's why there's not a lot of these stocks to go around on the short sell, because they're small caps, typically smaller float. We got 34 million in that one, and we've only got 9 million in the INMB. So that's just the way it goes right now in the short sell world, whether you're automating Holly or self-configured strategies. Thanks, little trader. Unfortunately, we do not record the live support sessions. It would just take up way too much space. But the good news is this happens every weekday at the same time, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, and you got a different person in the chair every day. So we try to keep it entertaining for you guys. Yeah, the TMDX was a long today. But in the E-Trade environment, the short is either executable or it's not. It doesn't even give you the option to say, hey, do you want to pay more to short this stock? I was kind of talking about that in Tasty Trade earlier. They do, but those fees typically are not cheap. All right, ladies and gents. Wow, I just glanced at the clock, and here we are at the top of the hour. Glad to be of service there, Michael, and everybody else. Hope you guys learned a little bit today. Let me just touch base with Mr. Barry and see if he's getting close here. In the meantime, while we're waiting for Barry, any last minute questions, go ahead and let me know. I'm just going to kick out a back test here real quick. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Violetta. And today is the 15th, so just a smidge of trades. One trade yesterday, one trade the day before. Right, the MQ for a whopping 15 cents. Okay, Barry tells me that he's back in the saddle, so I hope everybody has a great rest of the day. And we'll see you on Friday, which is tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
All right, EVGO. Yes, EVGO just got halted. And what's the float? We don't even have a float. We have no float information for EVGO. All right, Jamie, I'm thinking that you mean that I'm back in there. So there's the halt for EVGO. I'm just going to check another source. Ciao to yourself, Jamie. I'm just going to check another source. See if you've got any information about EVGO in terms of a float. Okay, actually, I'm looking at FinViz. They don't have any. They don't have short float information either. So I don't know if it's, you know, it's a fairly recent IPO, I guess. So that might be the reason. So I can't blame our provider this time. Yeah, I mean the shares outstanding. That's what you're talking about, right? Yeah, 28.75 million outstanding. So yeah, we know it's less than that. Yes. So you swing traders out there, like what the heck are you swinging? I don't know how I would swing in this market. You know, obviously you can get lucky. Well, I shouldn't say lucky, but I mean, you're going to find certain stocks that just trend well. But I mean, I just find it just so whippy. Look at this. I mean, today is an anomaly. I mean, usually it's not this whippy. But, you know, let's expand the spine and look at it. This is what makes it, you know, this is a difficult day for the stuff I look at anyway. When you look at the SPY, the way it's chopping around, look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, chopping up and down, not really a discernible trend. If you remember, what are we on, Thursday? I can't remember the big down gap day. It might have been Monday. It gapped down horribly, and then it just recovered for most of the day. Steady up. those are the beauties. I mean, this is a difficult, there's no trend. So again, I'm not saying there's nothing out there. And I wish I'd kept a little closer eye on the Otley. Kind of lost interest right around here. But once that happened, look at this. So now that article from the street sweeper, I guess a day and a half ago, is really starting to take effect. I mean, Verb's not bad, but you had to hold on through this, little bit of a choppy period. So from my, 334 to 362 from my watch list. IC, in my opinion, is no longer a short. I'm sure Real would like to take that one back. It looks pretty good as a short now. I'm out of it, guys. I actually did take a little bit just before 10. I added a little bit over 10, but I'm out of it flat. I'm going to wait again for this stupid thing maybe to finally, for once and for all, go over 10 and hold. Well, let's see now. I see a nice, wow, if you got in before the halt for the EVGO, if you got in before the halt, looking golden. 1237 on the bid ask. Right now, it can change, of course. The time is at 1 o'clock. Okay, if this opens, well, it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt then. Yeah, just frustrating for me because I loved that yesterday, the Otley yesterday, but it was really chopping up and down, and I thought at the beginning of the day that's what it was doing. So this is looking like going to be at least a 10-minute halt for EVGO. Ooh boy, yeah, and as Zach pointed out, here is the news. Named by GM as a preferred provider for EV fleets. It's a great headline. How much money that means, who knows, but it's a great headline. Meanwhile, Verb continues. I mean, we have it indicated as an all-time high. Hard for me to believe this was an I think somebody's going to know. Somebody's going to know. I think this is just a symbol name change. I don't know what it was before. Well, it's not a silly question, Michael. I mean, the SPY is just a good overall barometer of what's happening with the market. So, the SPY. NAS tech is getting beaten up, down 126. Now the Dow is up a little, but the SPY probably is more tech heavy. All right, so I always look at the SPY as a barometer, but you see how it's chopping around. No discernible trend. But individual stocks, some of the stuff that we look at, of course, the cheaper ones don't usually care so much what the overall market's doing. One of the reasons why, I like the ones under $20 because I typically don't have to worry too much about what the overall market is doing within reason. The market's tanking 1,000 points, nothing is going to be safe. But these smaller ones, you know, when they've got abnormal volume and they're up a lot, you know, they're really trading kind of on their own. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. You can take a look at our sector status and check the sector to see how well the overall sector is doing. You know, financials are doing great today, even though the market, that's probably why the, you know, the Dow's up a little because the financials are doing well. Not a certain stock, but a certain basket of stocks. Yeah, you can do that, Majid. You know, you're gonna. I don't know if you've watched the video, but you can do something like that. You know, commit a certain dollar amount to every trade, with a certain stop for every trade, if that's what you want to do. Don't recommend auto trading though, but I mean, can't stop you from doing it. What I would do is I would practice in the simulator. But you know, for instance, here. So here is an example. So you would edit the long trading instructions. So you have based on a stop loss, you have $50, and your sizing. Well, actually, let's see now. I'm not sure you can do the combination. Yeah, I'm not sure you can do the combination. It's sort of an either or, I believe now. You know, your position sizing, fixed dollars. And I'm not sure where you would put your stop. I'll be honest, I'm not sure where you put your stop of say $50 a trade, which is I don't agree with it, okay? Because that's not there's nothing scientific about it. You might have to ask that question to somebody who really uses the AI or automates their own strategies. Okay, so if you go to info, but I don't see how you can actually your position sizing within the AI anyway is going to be based either on fixed shares, fixed dollars, or a stop loss. But again, we don't recommend, auto trading the AI. We don't have a float for the EVGO, and I checked Finviz, and they don't have one either. I guess it's too new. There are about 28 million shares outstanding, so it's going to be less than that. Other than that, we don't have float information for it. But I checked Finviz, and they don't have it either. Well, I'm not sure about seasonal history. I mean, if you check our so if you go to the dock channel bar, and here's our sectors, but this isn't a top. This is top list format. So I mean, not really. Okay. I mean, you can go back and time frame and take a look. Use a historical date. Okay. So, but you see, it's only fixed in time. So you could go back, I think I want to say 30 odd days to see what it was, but to answer your question, probably not the way you want. So for instance, remember we were talking about, so here utilities. Now typically when the market's bad or down, utilities shine. People's going to go to dividend stocks, dividend bearing stocks, and that's utilities typically are those. So that's why this is up. Remember earlier, financials are starting to fade a little bit. I mean, they're still up. Most of the financials are up. Consumer staples up. So you can see the strong sectors right here and the weak sectors. Energy is just getting crushed. You know, there's not one stock that's up in the energy sector that make up XLE. Don't mean there's, okay. So and somebody's going to say, yeah, but this energy stock is up. Well, I guess it doesn't make up the XLE, or it's not in XLE. And that's the sector status. So again, if you have the beta, just have to click on new and then dock channel bar, and that's sector status. If you're interested in looking at stuff like that. Oh boy, the 11th commandment: Thou shalt not chase. I want to so badly, but I'm not going to. It's an all-time low now for OTLY. All right, so I do see AMC had a bit of a bounce here. Starting to drift down now, though. A lot of you are following that one. Oh, to turn back the clock. I talked to Real about 4 years ago. He knows what I'm talking about. He would never, ever, ever, ever. Number one, never looked at a stock probably under $10 to go long. Maybe 20. Never would he short something this low. All right, so I'm looking to short this. I am. My only issue right now are these bottoming tails on the 5-minute chart. The sellers tried to knock it down here, and the buyers. Now this is a nice red candle. I'm just looking to see maybe a 271 on the bid. Plus, again, what I see is this could hold it. 266 could hold it. Or not. All right, watching this one, 272 may get me into this one. I just looking at these bottoming tails here. Absolutely, unusual activity is what we're good at, Michael. I mean, Are you new to trade ideas, or you're thinking about getting trade ideas? Because I mean, that's what relative volume is a huge filter that we have that really zeroes in on stocks that are trading with unusual activity. You know, we also have volume 1 minute, volume 5 minute, extraordinary 1 minute and 5 minute volume filters, things like that. So sure, that's what we're good at, really good at. All these things here, you know, these are basically unusual activity. You know, look at this. It's trading 20. I mean, how much more unusual do you want? I'm not picking on you here. But, 55 million in the float, 167 million is traded. So it has traded the float 3 times. 27 times normal volume today. You know, so I mean, that's what we really specialize in. Verb, my gosh. Listen, I asked somebody to look up what was it before. I guarantee it was not an IPO here. Somebody has to find that. Where's Cam? He's good at that. Maybe he's not in the room today. Whoa, look at the SPY guys. Wow. Now we're shaking out of that. Okay, now we're not chopping so much. We're in a big downtrend right now. So you want a definition of an alpha stock? This is it. I mean, it doesn't care what the market's doing. Verb, for whatever reason. And I guess, let me just see what they did here. You know, so we've got August 19th. It looks like they released, I don't know if this is a preliminary release or the official release, but it looks like they released after hours yesterday, Verb, and that's what's happening. Let me just check another site. So there actually is news, okay, for Verb. Well, I can't blame our provider on this one. FinViz doesn't have an earnings date at all. But that's why it's moving. It's actually an earnings play released after hours. Even though we've got August 19th, FinViz has nothing. So can't blame our provider for that one. Yeah, if you want to play, IPOs, tomorrow is IPO heaven. If you like seeing IPOs, how many did I say? 7 of them tomorrow. All right. Well, here's the level. Let's see if it takes that level out. The NVOS. This is where I thought it might stall. Real's got a fib just underneath it. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's already taken that out. So go and hit that. The next level could be that 248. Let me just check your fibs. Oops. Listen, it just spread just got a little crazy for NVOS. All right. Well, let me just see what I saw for verb though. Unless I was looking at the wrong one. I apologize if I was. I might have been looking. I'm sorry. I might have been looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I apologize. Wonder which one I was looking at. Just give me a moment here. I had a symbol. I'll hit the symbol for you there, Real. Yeah, I don't look at dark pools at all, Michael. I know there's websites out there that seem to specialize in dark pools. I don't even pay attention to it. Sorry. Are you new to trading, Michael? I am now. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Are you new to trading? Okay, so here's what I wouldn't like. I think you can really go into the weeds in trading and read all sorts of stuff. I would try to keep it simple when you were first trading. Forget about dark pools. Forget about all that stuff. Block trades. Forget about it. Okay, I know it's out there, but I would just forget about all that stuff. Whoa! Now there was a pot for NVOS. There was a pot for it. I escaped. I was looking for maybe into the low 250 or 250s, but that was a big pop. So it hit that first fib, I guess. But let's see if it stalls again at 3. Amen. Dark pools, market makers hunting your stops. Waste of time. Quote unquote in our other room. Okay, Michael. Well, let's see TCRX. I want to check to see. Hopefully, I've got it down here somewhere. Yeah, so 6.3 million at $15. I wish that what we really want is some, 4 million shares at $4. That's what we want, and we want it to be China. And then you can watch the action. Yeah, well, that was me. I put the. Well, I don't know if you. I put the link for the test drive. So if you want to wait till August 9th, go ahead. All right, give me a moment here. I want to see. I know what time is it right now? 1:31. So at 2 o'clock, the marketing meeting. I think I'm going to have a nice script for the test drive. But what you do, okay, Michael. So all you have to do is just fill it out, your name and email, and then when the test drive is going to start, about a week before, we'll give you the sign up instructions. So you're not signing up if you change your mind, that's fine. This is not a sign up. This is just going to let you know. You'll get an email saying, okay, this is the test drive. Here's how much it's going to cost, and here are all the details. Okay. Well, NVOS right back down now. All right, guys. I am not seeing anything new coming into my scanners. Oh, meanwhile, I forgot to even. Wow, EVGO. So it popped up. There were no shares available for me to short, even if I wanted to. Well, it has a lot of room because in theory, this is an all-time high. Yeah, Verb, it's an all-time high. But again, I resist. I think this started trading as Verb here. My guess is that, so yes, as trading as Verb, this is an all-time high. Okay, well, there's the pot for Otley. I don't know if you're still in this one. Is it Daniel? Daniel, I think, said he was swung short the Otley. There's a pretty big pot for it from almost 18 up to 1870. So here's kind of my plan for IC. If it can somehow crawl its way back close to 10, I'm going to be watching this after hours to see if it has any sort of, first of all, holding 10 and any sort of a bit of a run. And see what happens. Okay, well, on the way down again, NVOS, sort of. Yeah, understand, Michael. I mean, this is the way I trade, okay? I mean, I'm looking at stocks that are, I'm a momentum trader, basically, looking at stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, taking the occasional short, when we think, well, especially not so much me, but I mean, if Real or Zach or William or others in the room point out these tops, then I'm looking to short these tops. I don't think I never said I want to see 4 million more volume from Asia. I don't know what that means. And if you don't have a chart up and running, then sure, it's awfully hard to follow. I mean, we're always talking volume, but I don't. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you obviously misheard me. I did say anything about 4 million more volume from Asia. Oh, Asia. Trying to think of some stock that might have sounded like Asia. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I see. Not Asia. I see. ISEE. Okay. No, no. I did not say 4 million more. No, not me. Oh, I see. Okay. Now I understand. Okay. Yeah, what I now I understand about China. Okay, somebody pointed out. What I was saying is that an IPO, we've seen some IPOs out of China, issuing very few shares with a very low IPO price that just absolutely explode. like 4 million shares issued, IPO price at 4, opens at 14, goes to 40 the same day. Things craziness, okay? But tomorrow I don't see any IPO like that. Look at the market, guys. Wow. This is Tanksville. Look at this. After the chop and kind of chopping around, we've got a trend. And if you want the market to be up, this is not good. Today, right now. I mean, tomorrow's another day. Okay, guys, and no new alerts for the last little while. So just kind of biding my time, 20 minutes in a marketing meeting. Ah, no more shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. I got some just before. I was wondering why I didn't get a complete fill. So the shorts are gone now at Interactive Brokers. So shorts are piling into NVOS. You know what? CIDM is kind of sneaky. I mean, it's an earnings play. I didn't like it because of all this, but you're right. It's inching higher. We had the alert, 136. So, I mean, it's 144 now. But I looked at all this. I looked at all this. It's just not clean. I mean, hey, maybe going forward, next few days, it might start to, keep inching up. But looks like there's a lot of resistance right here. Yeah, man, that's the first time that's happened. Well, I've experienced that. Trying to get short something, getting a partial fill, couldn't figure out why, and then saw, hey, no more shorts available. Jamie must have answered your question, right, Michael, regarding shorts and the AI. I mean, if you try, your broker has to have shorts. So I mean, if you were auto trading the AI and you tried to send an order to say Interactive Brokers or E-Trade and they didn't have shorts, then the order is just not going to go through. And the system can't know ahead of time whether there's shorts available. This is a good example. Ah, look, now they've just come. So there's some covering. There's a little bit of covering. See, look what's happening. This is pretty dynamic. This is real time, I guess. Not I guess. I'm pretty sure it is. So you see, 1,000 shares so 1,000 shares were covered. This is an Interactive Brokers. So for instance, had this been an AI alert to short, at the time of the alert, there may have been shorts available. Because it's going to be dynamic all day long. Yeah, there's their news. My guess is not going to be here. Yeah. Boy, IB's pretty good. They're just tapped right into. They've got a great news service. That's Reuters. Benzinga's here also. I mean, okay, so was it you yesterday, Hill, that talked about a 40% off? Somebody popped into the room, said Benzinga was having a summer sale or something like that as a promo code, 40% off forever. Somebody popped into the room and said that. So you have Benzinga? You have their new service? Okay, guys, I'm just going to check some earnings plays, see if there's anything interesting. Next week, though, guys, let me just show you what I'm talking about. This week, give me a moment. Okay, so this week we've got less than 60 companies releasing earnings, okay? Just getting started. Next week, give you an idea. Next week, we have 220. Okay, so 60 this week, 220 next week, and it'll keep ramping up over the next several weeks. Well, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. Doesn't mean you have to, David, but the AI gets out of every trade by the end of the day. Always a clean slate for the next day, but doesn't mean you have to. You know, if you're in a trade from the AI and it still looks good to you, you can always hold it. But for purposes of keeping statistics, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day. It doesn't mean they hold every trade to the end of the day. You know, if it hits a stop, it gets out. Some have targets; it gets out at a target. I always think though those targets are artificial. You know, if you're in a trade if you took an AI trade, you know, I use CLNN as an example. You know, there was a short alert right here at 1171. It moved down, and then when it popped back up, the AI said, "You know what? I better get out of the trade." So that's the issue. I mean, it got out of every single share. Now look what happened afterwards. So I'm not saying you couldn't. I mean, I would have certainly. When I saw something, if I had seen something like this go down to 1058 and then it's popping back up, of course I would have been getting out some. Okay, I'm not necessarily getting out of all, but even if I got rid of all, then I would have watched and then look what happened afterwards. So to me, it's a watch list more than anything. I know people want to automate it and you know, just let it run all day. Not our recommendation. So I mean, here's the difference. If you automated it and got out right when the AI got out, you would have made 13.8%. If you had, and again, I'm not saying you wouldn't have. I would have certainly traded some out. You know, right here, and maybe everything. But I would have been watching then and saying, okay, maybe that's just a momentary pull up. Does it have some another leg to go down? And well, look what happened. So I mean, if you didn't get out, you know, you'd be up 13.8% as an example. Give me a moment here, guys. Just checking a couple of things on my other monitor. Neg. Okay, let's take a look at New Egg. That, of course, was really, wow, I don't know, maybe, but not yet. You know, forget the insanity of that day when it got up to $80. You might want to take a look at SHLS. This is a financing at $28. So now it's starting to drift. You know, at the beginning of the day, it was way up, well, a dollar above the financing price. Came back down. Now it's starting to drift more down, down, down. Now let's take a look on the weekly chart. The low is 28.26, so it's below that low, and the low here is 28.21. It's below that low. So the next low looking left is 25.94. So it's got some room to get to that next low on the weekly chart. So now, you know, investors are saying, we don't like that financing. $28. Let me look at the SPY. I haven't looked at the SPY of the daily to see where in relation to. All right, so yeah, we're still, look at the week, look at the monthly, look at the weekly, barely a blip so far. I don't know, Cam. I just don't. It can't keep going. I took this one earlier and I got out for a basically flat. I actually I had a nice little gain here, but I kind of was holding on for, maybe as Zach has been talking about. This could be a good long-term hold. So I've been trying. I've traded out of this several times, not just today. So what I said earlier was that, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but, if it closed near, even just slightly under 10, and then I was going to watch it after hours to see if it had a nice run. Just doesn't seem like it wants to. But it's basing pretty nicely on the daily. I mean, really. I mean, we're just maybe just being impatient, but they did the financing at 901, so certainly above the financing price. But you're absolutely right. I mean, there's a ton of room looking left. I think. Yeah, I mean, there's just a ton of room looking left on this one. It's it's basically an all-time high, even where it is. Wow, look at this, guys. Just as I was talking with CLNN, look at this. Wow. So instead of 13%, you're now 17.7%. This is a big area for it to have broken through that 10 level. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start in less than a couple of minutes, so I'm going to put myself on mute, and I'll get the announcement in here. All right, muting myself right now. All right, guys, I'm back, and yeah, I just want to reel on the NVOS call. I mean, and you've said this a million times, maybe not a million times, but because this is what shook me out originally, and I'm sure you got shaken. I don't know where you got into the short, but that move there. But you say this quite a bit. You know, the fact that sometimes you don't get the total capitulation right away. You do get a bounce back up, and then the capitulation. And boy, did that ever capitulate. Whoa. I mean, look at that candle right there. Now, just while I was in the marketing meeting, I was talked about this TPST. This might be. I mean, listen. This is a tough trader, TPST, but it looks like it's trying to break out here a little bit. It starts with the letter C. This morning, let's see if this the pricing is in for IMUX. I think they're supposed to be doing a financing. I think. We're wondering what the financing price was. Still don't see anything. Hey, Dak, don't sell us short. I'm sure this is a robocall of some sort. Let me just see. Bye-bye. Well, I mean, that's almost gone back to just flat NVOS. How many times do we see this with these stupid little I guess, well, yeah, I guess this is kind of a ambulatory health. I mean, that's a really drilling down into the sector, but I mean, it's basically gone flat. Oh, that's the one. I'm sorry. That's the one that was an earnings play. I'd mixed it up with a verb. But it is actually here, but so what, right? Look at this. I mean, just... All right, guys, we are now... CCL. All right, we're getting into the home stretch, so one last look at my homepage. Tomorrow is Friday. Yahoo! Okay, guys, so I put my homepage link in again just to hammer the point home. Here's how you can take a subscription right there, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week right here, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do. These are all free. And these two sections, a lot of information. Save my link so you can take a look at this when you want to. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout, individual scans that I've created for your viewing pleasure, and education. You know, the 20 lessons, daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, daily webinars. Today is Thursday, so there is one today, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all free. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, a video about the AI. Back to basics, brand new to trading. This is for you. Starts off with what is a stock. So a lot of information. I gloss over it very quickly because all you have to do is save my link, and then you can look at all this whenever you want. Meanwhile, the AI had a heck of a day, really. I mean, there's the clean energy, or not clean energy, CLNN, this one. So 16%, 10%, virtually everything is positive and aggressive. The only one that got stopped out was the TMDX. Personally, I'm a fan of having fewer alerts. I like, anything under 10 I think is good. Anything under 20, under over 10 for me is just a little too overwhelming. Meanwhile, guys, IMUX, I'm wondering, there it is. $10 a share. Why they couldn't come out with that earlier? Now I see it's at $9.43. I did not see that earlier though. So $10 a share, that is the financing. So it's way below now, the financing price, IMUX. $45 million, so 4.5 million shares. So with 13 in the float, another 14, so it's diluting. So I'll be shutting the room down at 3. Always say later if there are some questions. All right, you guys are talking about Moderna. Let's take a look at Moderna. I haven't looked at that one for a long time. Wow. All I can say is wow. What a nice move today. Even from here, I mean, within a year, I mean, the last few months, man, oh man. I mean, I keep thinking Pfizer's the main one. Now maybe it's the number, well, 5 billion in the float. mRNA, 342 million. So I mean, there is a factor of over 10 difference, yes, in terms of the float. But boy, Pfizer is just, yeah, no, you're right. And yet, certainly in Canada, Pfizer is the major. We do have Moderna, but not as certainly Pfizer is the main one. And I assumed in the States Pfizer was the main one. I mean, it may be the float. I don't know, but it's just Pfizer's just stuck. BBIG. To short, I'm assuming you're talking about to short it. And the answer is, well, lots of shorts available. 2.2 million available. You see the high looking left, 396 right here. No, I know they're both at mRNA as opposed to AstraZeneca and Johnson and Johnson. I do get that, but I just assumed that Pfizer was the main one in the States. Well, let's see now with BBBIG. I mean, this could be one to hammer down. Is it 50-50? Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought it was way more swung towards Pfizer. Okay. Yeah, I bet you BNTX must be awesome too because that's Moderna's partner, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a Pfizer partner. Oh, I thought, sorry, I thought the BNTX was Moderna's partner. Okay. Scan or scam? Yeah, Invax. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I remember this, guys, way back here. I remember Anvax. I mean, this is 2020. I mean, it seems like years ago, but it isn't. This is about a year ago. Unreal. All right, let's take a look at that short for for BBIG. Looks like capitulation. Put a nice tight stop on it. Well, so far we're just stuck here. BBIG just kind of stuck here. Need some. But I do like the resistance right there. Yesterday's high around 4. Oh man, that IC is just a frustrating trader. Just when you think now's the day or the time, you know. I should have just stared at Gatto all day long. I know I talked about it yesterday, the day before. And look at this, just keeps moving down. Double IN. Double I, double N, sorry. Now this cannot be an IPO. Symbol name change? No, it is an IPO. 551 a unit. Whoa, it could be interesting. Again, where is this out of? Is this China? No, it's just not showing up in the IPO calendar. Israel, okay. Just not showing up in the IPO calendar. I don't think so anyway. Let me do a quick check. I might have to change calendars. I've liked that one forever because it seemed to be so complete, but I don't know. Yeah, definitely not showing up. Yeah, I don't. I have an opinion. I don't believe it, especially for this type of stuff that we trade. You know, I don't know. I mean, you're talking about market makers seeking out your stops. I don't think it's worth the trouble to even worry about it. You too, Sir Thomas. That's my opinion anyway. Others can have a completely different opinion, but I have never worried about it, since I started trading. All right, well, Be Big is not ready yet. I was looking for about a 371 on it, but it's popped up a little bit. Or you're saying this is a meme stock? 20%, is this one of the meme stocks? Okay, so that could be an issue then. 20% short float. Well, it really depends on the spread, Marcus, okay? I mean, if the spread is horrible, obviously I'm not going to go in on a market. It really depends on the spread. Now, if the spread is horrible, there's a chance I won't be in the trade in the first place. Okay, so most of the time the spread is not horrible, so having a market or going in at the market is not that big a deal. But many times I'll just look and I'm watching my time in sales and I'm checking the bid and ask, and I'll just go in at like if I'm trying to sell, I'll just pick the price I want. Remember, I'm not automating anything, so I'm able to follow it pretty closely. All right, now be big. Big challenge, I think, for it to get through 4. So I'm just going to keep watching this one, meme stock or not. Big challenge to get through 4. There's the high right there, is 396, 419. So I don't know. Lots of shares available to short too, which can help. However, there is a red bar ignored right there. A red bar ignored. Here's your upward trend, 15-minute. Red bar completely engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle green, above the high of that red candle. So this actually could, could turn into a continuation play. I still think this might stall it though. 396, the 4 level. The volume is picked up though, no question about it. The volume is picked up. Okay, guys, I mean, this B big, I just think it's going to have a real tough time getting through here. I may be completely wrong. 396, 4 level. Especially if the volume starts to dwindle. Sneaky. Look at sneaky here. CIDM. Sneaky little earnings play. I've been bad-mouthing it all day. Cat and mouse right here. BBIG at $4. Yeah, TPSD has the chance, but boy, oh boy, you've got to be careful in that one. I mean, that has wild swings, TPST. Remember yesterday it got up to $26, or sorry, almost $28. Down today, $10. I mean, it's a $10 drop at the low from the high yesterday to the low of today. I mean, that's so. Yeah, I agree. If it pops, it can really have a big run. Why? Because of the float. 5 million in the float. Well, guys, this is the moment of truth right here. It's at the high of yesterday, 397, 396 for B big. I mean, listen, if it could blast right through, I guess. The month's high is 446, so I did say blast. It could blast right through. Or it could capitulate right here. Well, I mean, there it is, guys. So there's the red bar ignored. I mean, that might propel it more than anything. Then the red bar ignored for BBIG on the 15-minute chart. All right, guys. I think I'll shut the room down now, unless there are some questions. Well, I'm glad I waited on the short for the BBIG. Now that it's through 4, I mean, this could go anywhere. I mean, now the high over here is 419. If this really accelerates, you might want to just take this 15-minute chart and copy it, put it up on your wall. That would be a great, great definition of a red bar ignored and how well they can work. That's the BBIG. I mean, this is just racing higher now. It blasted through 4. Well, they all will definitely at some point. It's when, Grant. It's when. All right, everybody. I think that's it. It is now 3 o'clock. So thanks for all the help today. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.